So you can just let your attention rest gently on your breath, and if you get distracted and wander off, very gently bring yourself back to a simple focus. Okay. So we have a bit of time today and tomorrow morning to look at the general preliminary practices in Tibetan Buddhism. And what I want to do is to try to show how these can be taken up and made use of inside the general frame of the Dzogchen view. We are always viewing the world from particular positions, through particular kinds of lenses and with particular kinds of selective attention. So, for example, some people are very interested in sport, and the idea on a Saturday afternoon of being in a Buddhist centre would seem insane. They could be at a stadium, or they could be at home watching TV, watching football. And football is completely lively and vital, and what we do would be tedious in the extreme. It depends what you're looking for. Now, what we're looking for is usually based on the assumptions and habits and conditions that we have. And because of our selective attention, we go out into the world seeking experiences and situations that confirm the values that we start with. So one way of thinking of that is we're ceaselessly seeking confirmation of the validity of our own position. And if we can find some like-minded people and we all mutually massage each other, then we can feel that indeed we've got a life worth living. It's when things start to fall apart and some questions come into our capacity to maintain this particular view, particularly to realize the view in action, to find a world that fits with the shapes and assumptions in our head, that things become a bit more difficult. And views make a huge amount of difference. The people who are very busy cutting down the tropical rainforests have a view grounded in profit. They see that there is a resource there, they find ways of getting the contracts, and then they extract the wood and make money and build houses and use the money to send their children to better schools so that their children will have a better future. And inside that frame of reference, it's a very positive and meaningful thing to do. From the point of view of people who are concerned with ecology and the balance of the world's climate system, it's a disaster. And very often that's what we encounter in the world. We have a situation which one reading will show in one way and another reading will illustrate in a completely different way. At this moment in Tibet, there are very difficult times once again. The persecution coming from the Chinese government, their determined attempts to completely remove the last traces of Tibetan Buddhism are really relentless. And this is causing great suffering to many, many people. But the people who are doing this believe that they are absolutely right. They feel that the delivery of a train service into Lhasa, the development of modern education systems are bringing great benefit to the people. And they see that the monks and nuns who've made great sacrifices for the Dharma are medieval obscurantists who simply want to bring the ordinary people back under their power for their own gain in terms of status and so on. So these are very different views. From the point of view of people in the West who are connected with Tibetan Buddhism, Tibet is like the mothership. It's the mother lode. It's the land from which all the lineages come, all the teachings come. It's the most precious place. And what is most precious to us is what is most obnoxious to the Chinese government. They want Tibetan Buddhism to be emptied out from the inside so that it can be turned into a mere empty tourist attraction, a kind of Disneyland of Tibet. Now, this is based on views, isn't it? These Chinese communism, but particularly the money-making new entrepreneurs, they want an unimpeded progress on their terms. That's what a view is. It's how you see the world. And inside that view, if you're very committed to it, it's both illuminating and blinding at the same time. You become so dogmatically fixated that you know what's going on, that actually you see less and less. It's the same in the education system. As the government gets more and more directed towards checking things out, having grades, bringing in new educational models, teachers are increasingly disempowered to teach from the heart. Students have to get more and more points, building up more and more grades. And the idea of an education as a process where you move out into the world and find out who you are through participation, and educare as kind of revealing of the self, that gets forgotten. And the people who have the view from the Department of Education will be absolutely convinced that more inspection will ensure that everybody's getting a good education. This goes on all the time. So, in terms of coming to practice Tibetan Buddhism, I think it's very important that we are clear what is our view, what is our understanding of how the world is structured, and in relation to that, how meditation practice functions. Because Buddhism has been running for a very long time, and it's a system which has developed very sharp and clear systems of logic. All the various propositions have been checked for millennia now through the rigors of philosophical inquiry and through relentless meditation practice. People going on and on and on, looking again and again and again. So I think it's very helpful for us to make sure that we understand this particular reading of the world. Of course, as is stated many times in the Buddhist texts, whatever you can say is not the real Dharma. That what we talk about are methods to understand how things really are. But if we understand how things really are, we can't say anything, because it's just there. So what we're talking about is always a kind of shadow boxing. We are creating, as it were, illusions, but illusions which help us to move gradually more to a place of awakening back to our own nature. The illusions in themselves are not true. In that famous example taught by Shakyamuni Buddha, if you want to cross a river, you make use of a boat. When you get to the other side, you don't carry the boat with you. The boat is useful for its function. Each of the views in Buddhism has a function. It is a tool, a method. To become over-dogmatic about a method or a lineage or a particular loyalty is to misunderstand what it is. Dharma should be held very lightly. It's like a little wild bird that deigns to come and sit in the palm of your hand. We don't want to move too much. It's not for us to interfere with it. If a butterfly comes and lands on your shoulder, you just gaze very gently at it and you feel, how lovely. And then it goes. In a similar way, we are participating in this river of Dharma, this river of understanding, which has been flowing for a very long time. And it will never be ours if we grasp it, if we try and turn it into something solid that we have. But it will always be available to us if we keep diving into the river, if we keep bathing ourselves in these practices as ways of moving ourselves, loosening ourselves up. So, Dzogchen is a particular stream of understanding, most particularly practiced in the Nyingmapa tradition in Tibetan Buddhism. And it starts from the fundamental understanding that from the very beginning, our own nature has been completely pure. That is to say, there is nothing wrong with us. Where we get lost is we imagine that something is wrong with us, and then we spend a lot of energy trying to repair things which are not broken, trying to cure things which are not damaged. So we suffer, in a sense, from misdiagnosis. We think we are sick, we think we are bad, we think we are limited. And because we are chasing these thoughts, and these thoughts, the more we chase them, the more they lure us into the dark woods, and we become more and more frightened by our own badness. And in that badness, we then get tired and we seek compensations, which do make us actually bad and confused. And we just go round and round. And this is what samsara is. And the function of the practice is to awaken to the natural purity of existence. This is a purity which is not in a binary opposition, a dualistic opposition of good versus bad, but it is something which is truly unspeakable because it's not a concept. Most of our lives, we are intoxicated by concepts. Everything we experience, we put through the filter of our likes and dislikes. Some people like milk chocolate, some people like dark chocolate, some people like tea, some people like coffee, some people like Chelsea, some people like Arsenal. And inside these particular decisions, different things are illuminated. But these are just our ideas. They have the status of something which is true for me, but they don't have any truth or value outside the little circle of myself. Who is the one who is holding that view? Who is the one who says Swiss chocolate is better than Belgian chocolate? That's me. So who is this me? As I try to explore myself, different ideas arise. I can say, I am this, I am that, I was born in this place, I do this kind of work, I live in this kind of town, I wear these kind of clothes. We can describe ourselves, but what we're doing moment by moment is developing more and more concepts. We're introducing ourselves in terms of things about us, things that we are linked to. But who is the one who is speaking? In the immediacy of our being, in the immediacy of our presence, who is this one? Can you catch that? The purpose of Dzogchen practice is to awaken to the always naked nature of awareness. And inside that awareness, all sorts of patterns, memories, and associations arise. Just as if you have a strong white light and you put lenses or colored filters in front of it, when the light streams through the filter, different colors will appear. And when you see that the wall has suddenly got a red tinge on it, you think, oh, it's coming from a red light. But the light is not red. The light has a pure light. It's the filter that's red. And if you can't see the difference between the filter and the lamp, then you have a confusion. Because you keep thinking, I've got the wrong lamp. I don't want to be red. I want to be another color. I know I should be blue. The danger then is you try and smash the lamp. Difficult. Our lamp is always pure, but these obscurations stand in relation to it. Now, if you imagine that, so here we've got the lamp. It's my audio-visual aids here. Here is a lamp. Here is a filter. Now, the lamp is shining this way, so it's hitting the filter and it's coming out this side. So if you're looking on this side, what's come through the filter, that's what you will see. And the more you're fixated there, you'll never look here. You'll be looking in the wrong place. You know, as it says in many good books, by their deeds you shall know them. Is that true? By their deeds you shall know their deeds. Shall you know the person? If somebody does a bad thing, does that make them a bad person? Does it make them bad forever? Or does it show that that person has enacted a particular activity which has caused grief to themselves and others? If you steal something, You have stolen something. That is an activity. You take something and you put it in your pocket and it's not yours. And maybe the store detective grabs you and says, "Oi, what are you doing?" And so, "I didn't mean to take it. You're a thief." "You're a thief." "No, I was just taking it." "No, you are a thief." So now we know why somebody takes things, because they are a thief. We know who they really are. Now, we do this all the time to ourselves. We make mistakes, we get confused, we think we're bad. And every time we get a bit more confused, it reinforces the core belief, I am a bad person. There's something wrong with me. But actually, all that was happening was that the filter was very dirty. And the filter needed changing, like a carburetor in a car. There's nothing wrong with the lamp. Don't blame the lamp. Change the filter. And that's really what the preliminary practices are about. Learning to change the filter. You cannot change yourself, because this nature, this primordial awareness, the essence of who we are, each of us, is radiant. That is to say, we're always coming into existence, moment by moment, with this freshness and vitality. Even when we feel very depressed, we know we're depressed. There is a kind of illumination of that state. Even if we're very anxious, there is somebody being anxious. So there is a presence, but when it gets very close to its filter, it seems to merge together. And then we believe that we are this composite in which the clarity of the lamp has become invisible by being merged into its lens or filter. Does that make sense? So the key thing is, you don't have to do anything about the lamp itself. From the point of view of Dzogchen, it's recognizing this natural illumination of your own being. So in the mornings now, the starlings are starting to fly around and zoom, and you see them zipping very quickly into their little nests. In a moment when you catch something like that, or I just walked through the park and there were the last of the crocuses, and there's a sudden surprise. There's, oh, in these moments, there's just nothing much going on. There's nothing to think about. This, if you like, a pure aesthetic moment, a moment in which the openness of our capacity to receive the world and the richness of the world come together, and we get a kind of full circle. In these moments, there is a sense of who we are. We're just already full. And in that moment of fullness, you don't need anything else. And yet, the filters come back into play very quickly. And then we're tumbling around in our thoughts, hopes and fears start moving, and we think, uh-oh, I've got to correct this. It's gone wrong. Rather than finding a way of staying open and allowing all that we experience, all that we take ourselves to be, as simply the movement of energy. Because in the park, there's also paper bags. There's rubbish of various kinds. When we look at the rubbish and we think rubbish, then we think, why are people like this? Why can't they just think this is a nice public place? And the mind starts racing. Or we just look at it and we see the shape and the color. What is there? That's all there is, shape and color. It's our own mind, our interpretation that says flower good, crisp packet bad. We are doing that. So this is the energy of ourselves. And this energy is caught into a spiral of judgment. I now become the ruler of the world. And I, with great dignity and grace, ascribe value to everything I see. Dear friends, this is good and this is bad. Swiss chocolate is very good. Belgian chocolate should be banned. We do this all the time. You go into a closed store to buy something. Rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. Ah, the thing you said is rubbish, someone else has bought. Should you go after them and say, excuse me, madam, I have to inform you, you have the most terrible taste. We can't do that. Because who are we? We're just another punter. We're just someone bopping along in life with our confusions. Our deep value is not based on our opinions, our judgments, our evaluation. It's based on the innate quality of the lamp, of the illuminator, which is a pure awareness which reveals everything. But we tend to imagine that we are the contents of our minds. We are our thoughts, our feelings, our memories, our intelligence, our capacities and capabilities. And so if we can make ourselves useful people, people will like us, then we'll have friends, then we'll feel good about ourselves, and we'll get a better job. Now, all of that is true, but all of that is also impermanent. Friends move away, companies close down, you become redundant, children get sick and die, parents get sick and die. All the things that we invest ourselves into and imagine will be a stable house just crumbles into sand. It's not that we shouldn't participate. We are embodied, so we have to participate in the world. But it's how we participate. If we participate with a lightness of touch, with an awareness that is open to what's arising, but not appropriating it, not grabbing it and turning it into a solid basis, because it's never solid. As the Buddha said many times, this world is like an illusion. It's like the reflection of the moon on water. That means you can see it. It's there. It's vital. It's gorgeous. But you can't have it. It's beyond appropriation. All one can do is be present and alive moment by moment. That's how you have a life. Not by planning it in your head. Not by taking things from the world and keeping them very privately. But with an open heart, participating and being with other people. So, in this view of Dzogchen, our nature is pure. That is to say, it's unobscured. Unobscured means all your thoughts, feelings, perceptions, and so on are arising for your awareness. Actually, from your awareness, but they are not who you are yourself. So, when we think, well, I'm kind of lazy, what we're doing is taking a filter, and you may well on an energetic level be a bit lazy, and you're wrapping your true sense of self in this filter. So that you're now defining yourself as being this one thing. When we say pure from the very beginning, it means no filter, no assumption, no habit actually ever touches your nature. The traditional image, as some of you will well know, used to explain this, is a mirror. The mirror reveals whatever is in front of it. Whatever is in front of the mirror seems to come into the mirror. When you look in a mirror at your own face, your face seems to be inside that mirror. And yet, when the next person looks in the mirror, their face is inside it. So, if Mary has been looking in the mirror before you, you don't have to kind of knock on the mirror and say, Mary, are you finished? Could you get out of the mirror, please? It's my turn. As soon as your face is there, Mary's is gone. Huh? This is how the mind is working. Moment after moment after moment, new experiences are arising. You were waking up this morning, cleaning your teeth, having a pee, having your breakfast, and so on. Moments coming, going, coming, going. They don't stay. You were there. This is your life, and it's gone. You're fully there. This is it. And it's not it. And it's not it. It is it, it's not it. It is it, it's not it. So, who is the one who is always there as all this stuff is going on? This is the pure unborn awareness. This is our own nature. Which means if good things come, we can only open to them. You can't grasp them. You'll never hold on to them forever. In the same way, if bad things come, they won't be with you forever. Settling into this awareness, which is at the heart of the practice, means one can be with the world as it is. Which means you can give up your full-time occupation as universal dictator. You don't have to struggle and strive to live life on your terms and make sure that everything works out right. Because you start to develop the sense that what feels right for you is just a momentary positioning. It has no more truth than an opinion. Now, this nature is fresh because just as the awareness allows each thing to arise, the moment of arising is always new. Each time you eat an apple, if you're there with that apple, that will be a new apple. But if your relation with the apple is mediated through the categorization of this is an apple, I'm eating an apple as a concept, you will hardly taste the apple. So things are familiar and repeated. If you play another game of football, it's just a game of football. But in the moment when you're chasing the ball, it is an absolutely unique moment which will never be repeated again. So part of the approach of Dzogchen is to live in the absolute freshness of each moment. Now this is something which means that there is no boredom. That may be a revelation to some people. Nothing is boring. Doing your mathematic homework is not boring. It's absolutely fresh and exciting. There's an idea. It's fresh and exciting because it's new each time. Every time you write the word the, although you've written it by now, whatever age you are, you've written it thousands and thousands of times. In this unique moment, your pen is making that mark. And it's doing it in a slightly different way. So freshness means you're not making sense of the present through the past. You're not anxiously waiting to jump into the future. You're just here as your life reveals itself moment by moment. And what could be more delightful than that? Now, of course, we don't often live in this world, the world I'm just describing. Most of the time, we're living wrapped up in our familiar thoughts and obsessions and habits. And that's why we use the preliminary practices, because they are ways of trying to thin the obscuration which stands between us and ourselves. So that we, instead of being very externally focused and trying to improve our world, our sense of self, by moving objects around, we start to simplify the matrix of interpretation, the patternings of sense-making that we apply to the world, so that we have a less mediated, a more direct relationship with what's occurring. And all the preliminary practices are concerned with purification of one kind or another. So, two things are here. One is saying, from the very beginning, everything has been pure. And the second is saying, although that is the case, it is also necessary to purify that which doesn't need to be purified. Because it only doesn't need to be purified if you've got to the right side. If you're on the wrong side of the fence, it does need to be purified. That's at the heart of it. So, from the point of view of Dzogchen, we are purifying something which is already pure. Why would you bother doing that? Because you don't recognize the purity. In the same way, if somebody develops a condition, say for example, obsessional compulsive disorder, they may know that their drive, the demand they feel inside themselves to check that the door is locked or to wash their hands, they may know that that is ridiculous. They may know that they're being stupid. They may look at their hands and see how red and raw they are and despair and weep. And yet next time they feel that somehow they're being contaminated, they have to do it. That's the relationship that we have with the obscurations. Actually, the obscurations arise and pass by themselves. Everything is impermanent. Say you have a very terrible thought. I saw someone recently who is pregnant. She's got quite a good situation in the world. She's very happy. Basically, everything's good. And then she thought, oh, I'll never be able to go out and get drunk again. I'm going to be a mother. This is terrible. I wish I wasn't pregnant. And then she felt incredibly guilty for thinking, how could I want not to be pregnant? That would mean my baby was dead and all I wanted to do was go out and get drunk. I'm a very bad person. And she became incredibly upset at this idea. So what was she upset about? An idea had arisen in her head. An idea that she saw was also ridiculous, that she didn't really believe in. And yet, the very fact that it had occurred was somehow terrible. But where do thoughts come from? In the old days, I would imagine in Macclesfield, in many of the streets, it would be the weekly duty and sometimes even the daily duty to go out, open your front door, take a pail of water and wash down the pavement in front of your house. And you might even whitewash the front step. So you've done that. Now some dog comes along and pisses on your step. And there's this dirty puddle. This is outrageous. It's my step, it's my job to keep it clean. But actually, your doorstep is on a public street. You want to keep something clean as if it was yours, but it's in the public domain. Is your mind your own private possession? Of course, on one level, we have to take responsibility for our thoughts and feelings. If you're sitting at work or in school and you're fidgeting and moving around, someone's going to say, boy, what's the matter? Settle down. That is to say, you as a person need to be able to control your body. You need to be able to focus your mind. So in that sense, we have to take responsibility for our behavior. But at the same time, thoughts and feelings arise inside us. Do they show us who we really are? If you have a cruel thought or a selfish thought, does that make you a bad person? That's a really, really important thing. Normally, we think it does. We imagine if other people knew the kind of thoughts I'm having, that would be so shameful. I'm very glad that people can't see inside me. So, although I appear to be quite a nice person, really I know how bad I am. So I have a lot of work to do. And also I'm always a bit frightened people are going to find out. And I would suggest that most of us live our lives in that way. Somehow, weird stuff arises in our head. We then feel contaminated by it, as if it was within our capacity to stop this stuff coming in our head. Actually, thoughts and feelings are always arising and passing. When a negative thought arises, does it define who we are? From the point of view of Dzogchen, from the point of view of the innate natural purity of the mind, it's just like a cloud arising in the sky. The cloud is just water vapor gathering together, which will then disperse itself. It starts to rain, or the wind blows, and then the cloud's gone. And the natural clarity of the sky is revealed once again. But on a day like this, if you want to go and play outside, and you look out and you see the grey sky, it's not so much fun. It seems to be doing something to you. It seems to be a limit to your world. You think, it's going to rain. You know, this is not an ideal day to go and have a picnic on the hills. It's too cold, too wet. So just as the external weather can determine our feelings, the internal weather does the same. Some depressive thoughts, some periods of anxiety, self-hatred, irritations about what's going on at work or with colleagues, and suddenly everything gets a bit spoiled. So, from the point of view of Dzogchen, the most important thing at that moment is to relax and to be present and allow the obscurations to go free by themselves. And we'll do some of that practice a bit later. But most of the time, we find ourselves meshed in, united with these obscurations. They appear to be true. And that's why we do the preliminary practices. So, the first general practice is the 4 reflections that turn the mind from samsara. And the first of these is to reflect on the nature of samsara. Samsara is a way of thinking about how human existence fits in with other kinds of existence. And Buddhism, traditional Buddhism, follows an understanding of time which used to be very common in the world. It's cyclical time. That is to say that there are cycles of time that go round and round and round and repeat themselves again and again. So you have a kind of golden period, then a silver period, then a bronze period, and then finally a lead period where everything goes bad. And then you have a dissolution, and then you go back to a golden period. Many of the ancient Greeks believed that proposition. That means that you're not in linear time. Our modern world is devoted to a notion of progression through time, Darwinian evolution, the clock time which covers everything. A modernist cultural view is all about progress, going forward, moving ahead, doing things differently, getting away from the limitations of the past. In cyclical time, one's concerned much more with escaping from time itself. Time, which is the linking of the past, the present, and the future, is a relativization. That is to say, I'm bound in time. I once was 10. If I live long enough, I'll be 80. I'm somewhere in the middle. So I can look back, I can look forward. And there's all the things that I used to do that I don't do, and there's all the things that might lie ahead of me. So people become concerned when they're young about passing exams and working out whether they've got friends or not. And then people start to worry about whether they'll get a job or not, and then they start to worry whether they're going to have a pension or not. No, in that way, there's always something to worry about, because the mind goes forward into the future, tries to imagine the scenario, and set up the right sort of responses that will make the future better. On one level, that's very intelligent. If you're a farmer, you have to keep seed crops so that you've got something to plant the next spring. If you eat all your seed, then what will you do in the spring? You have to be able to think ahead. However, cyclical time means that whatever is built up will also go down. Whatever is created will be destroyed. There used to be the great and glorious British Empire, where in the map of the world there was always something red in colour. And now here we are, still called Great Britain, but not so very great somehow, a little bit sinking. We reveal ourselves as just another warmongering nation, very concerned to go out and drop bombs on other people. In fact, Britain has a shameful history. We're one of the most violent, invasive, corrupting influences in world history, in this determination to show the world what we are made of and to help other people be like us because we're so superior. And where's it all gone? Endless chaos created by disturbing other people's worlds. This is the idea of modernity, that if you have the truth, you have to take it out into the world and convert other people to that vision of existence. But from a Buddhist point of view, it's much more important to examine your own mind. Because when you realize that your mind is not very clear, on what grounds would you want to go and convert other people to your propositions? dogma is very dangerous, because dogma is a set of beliefs or assumptions which seem to tell the truth. But when you start to meditate and look at your mind, you see every thought arises and passes. And it's only by repetition of the dogma that it appears to be true. So if you become dogmatic, all you're doing is repeating thoughts again and again to kind of mesmerize yourself, to hypnotize yourself into believing that they're really true. But they always, I think this is true, dogmas are always lies, because our world is incredibly complicated. The Buddha taught the idea of dependent co-origination, which means that everything influences everything else. That there are these incredibly subtle chains of connection between all our activities all the time. And that's very, very nuanced, very, very delicate. But dogma is not like that. Dogma is firm, dogma is secure, dogma is certain. So one of the functions of meditation is to make us non-dogmatic, so that we start to inquire into how is the world. So a notion of cyclical time, that at this time we're born in a human body, but we also see that there are animals in the world, and maybe when we die we could be reborn as an animal. There's a painting on the wall here on this side which shows the 6 realms. That on the top there is the heavenly domains, and then there are the jealous gods who want to be the masters of heaven but never get there, so they're always angry and frustrated and irritated. Then there's the human realm, then the animal realm, then the hungry ghosts who are always dissatisfied. Their bellies are huge and their mouths are very small, so they can never get enough. And then there are the hell realms, hot hells, cold hells, 2 intermediate hells, in which people suffer greatly without solace. You can understand these in psychological terms, or you can see them in actual terms. But one of the things that it's pointing out is, at the moment, you take your body to be the limit of who you are. And most of us don't really imagine that we could be a duck or a frog. But imagine if you were a frog. There's lots of birds that would like to eat you. Why would they like to eat you? Leave me alone. Go away. And the problem is, you want to get a boyfriend or a girlfriend, so you have to go quack, quack. But when you go quack, quack to get sex, death also comes to visit. This is a human dilemma. The life of animals is not very nice. If you're born as a pig or a cow, you probably belong to a farmer. And the farmer is thinking, my lovely prophet. My prophet, going to send you off to have your throat cut. Not very nice. Animals can't do very much to protect themselves. You just need to see a little sparrow eating and just pop, 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 looking around completely paranoid. Somebody's going to eat it. Too damn right. There are lots of cats. But most of the cats here that I've seen in Macclesfield are so fat because everybody feeds them Felix and all these tin things. So in fact, that's quite nice for protecting birds. The life of animals is not very nice. Then you imagine being a preta, a hungry ghost. Always hungry, always needing something, and you can't get it. From the Buddhist point of view, these are possibilities. That is to say, your current form is created out of your past deeds. You're not just human. Here we are on this planet, moving through space. We don't know why we're here. We happen to be here. Later we'll die, and that's that. This is a kind of modern view of human life. From a Buddhist point of view, our existence is determined by the karmic fruits of our past activity. That is to say, the universe is moral. At the heart of it, it's a moral universe. And the forms that we take on demonstrate the nature of our past activities. But because actions exist in time, the causal basis for having this kind of body is very small and will get used up. And then our consciousness will move off and find another home. And many of the homes that are available are not very nice. That immediately means that if I spend the whole of this life making sure that this lovely body is pampered and safe, I may be doing things to make it safe, which lead me into dreadful places later. The Buddha said, everywhere human beings want to be happy, but in order to be happy, they do the very things that will make them unhappy. So, traditionally it said, if you steal, you will be reborn in a country where there's a lot of poverty and famine. Now, if that is the case, then in order to have a good time in this life, you don't think of cause and effect, you just think of getting away with it. And as long as the police don't find out what I've done, I'm safe. But what you've done is set in chain a natural system of punishment. You don't need the police to punish you. You'll get your own comeuppance, because the comeuppance is your own karmic tendency in a later life that will lead you to be born in a particular circumstance. And this has major implications. I mean, whether this is true or not true, if you just took this as a kind of map of existence, what it calls us upon to do is to be very careful about what we do. To think, what is my motive? Why do I do what I do? How am I spending my time? From a Buddhist point of view, wisdom and compassion are the two main things to be developed. So, in the course of a day, how much of your time is devoted to developing wisdom? Can you live in a state of wisdom? Wisdom meaning to recognize your own nature, to recognize the nature of the phenomena around you. Can you live with compassion? So, if you're in a work situation, what would it mean to be compassionate? Does that mean giving in to other people? Does that mean standing up for yourself? The practice is always complicated. It doesn't come from a little printed handout. You know, when you're in the actual interface with other people, you've got to be there. You've got to be light on your feet. You've got to be able to catch your impulses as they arise. You've got to catch the filters that come down to obscure you and get you caught up in habitual responses, and stay fresh and find a way through. That's quite hard, especially if we're thinking anything for an easy life. What about me? And why shouldn't I? And it's not fair. And all these little turns that we have which bring our attention back onto number one. So reflecting on these 6 realms and the fact that at death we move around into different realms helps to relativize our current situation, rather than thinking this is all there is. I've only got one life and I've got to get the most out of it, as if one was kind of sort of juicer and you were squeezing oranges onto it. This is life. I want the most. What is it for? What is the purpose of my life? That again is my life personal, or is my life public? Because if I'm part of the world with other people, then in a sense my life belongs to other people as well. So compassion is just me being in my world. Because if other people are my world, given that I see your faces, I don't see mine. So if I'm doing things that make me happy but make you all pissed off, all I see is your grumpy faces. That's my world. So it makes sense to try to make other people a bit happy, because they are your world. That's all you've got. That's quite a different thing then, isn't it? So the way I should take care of myself is to take care of other people. Taking care of other people is taking care of myself. That's a very different view. Your welfare is my welfare. It's not that I have to think, how will I help you? And I better sort my own situation out and make sure I'm secure before I do anything for you. Rather, it's the other way around, that unless you're happy, I can't be happy. Therefore, what I do with my life is connected with all the possibilities of existence. And this wheel of life, I think, is extremely challenging. Because if this had been understood at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, we wouldn't have had the development of modern factories, which were hellish environments which enslaved many people. And all over the world now, we have child labor in factories making running shoes and so on. Hot, sweaty environments with lots of chemicals in the air, also pumping out masses of pollution into the rivers. So many developing countries have enormous pollution. Now, if you think, this is all my world, the animals are part of my world, then for me to make a profit from my factory while poisoning lots of fish and birds is attacking myself. If we have this kind of map. But if we have the map of narrow self-interest, it doesn't concern me. As long as I'm okay, that's fine. So reflecting on samsara is a way of reorienting oneself to say, I am part of this, and every aspect of the universe is my concern. I can't have a partial vision anymore. Privileging me over other people won't do me any good. Now, of course, this is a very high ideal to live up to. It's very challenging to think in that way. But essentially, that's what reflecting on samsara is. That the situation that I'm going to do so much to protect now is arising out of many past causes and won't last forever. Therefore, not to see my connection with other beings will lead me into many false choices. But seeing my connection to other beings will give me a value system which is very different from the ones that we get raised in at school. From that point of view, a concern with ecology is just ordinary ethics. For example, in Tibet, people were traditionally very careful about taking minerals out of the land because they saw the land belongs to the protectors of the land, many different spirits. The water belonged to another group of spirits. These Lu or Nagas were very concerned with purity. So if you polluted a river, you would have an anxiety that you would develop a condition like measles or leprosy, because skin disorders in particular were seen as the punishment from the protectors of the water for people who dumped their rubbish in them. That's an incredible idea. It takes the sort of Gaia hypothesis quite a few steps further. It says that the earth is not just a living organism, but it's alive and has voices, and that if you're respectful, if you know that people are already there, then you have to be tentative. So if you want to build a house, the first thing you have to do is make some offerings to the spirit of the land to say, may we have your permission to build here? And we promise we will make these offerings, and we will remember you, and we will always be grateful because our house is built on your land. What an incredible notion. When the explorers went out from Europe, the conquistador and the British and the Dutch and Spanish and so on, they didn't have that notion at all. They had the notion every land is empty if it doesn't have Europeans in it. Nobody else exists. Nobody else exists. We can take all your land, we can kill you, because we are the definition of reality. Everything else is just nothing. And we are going to turn that nothing into something. This is a spectacular karmic violence to have enacted. It's unbelievable. You know, in one of the states of Australia, it was only in 1956 that they revoked a law that said you can kill Aborigines for recreational purposes. You could drive out in your Land Rover and shoot an Aborigine. for fun. 1956. This is mind-boggling. The lack of respect for each other among humans, for animals, and for the whole planet. So thinking of samsara is a way of waking up to the fact that everything is dynamic, everything is movement, and every move we make is impinging on this whole energetic system. The challenge in that is you have to be awake. You can't just be bopping down the street asleep and just listening to your sound. Cocooned in a private world, because this is your world and you're impacting other people. So that's quite a remarkable vision. And so one of the first preparatory practices is to really think, what is this universe? If it's an interactive, energetic field, then I have to experience myself as energy. Not as an entity, not as a thing, not as a done deal, something which is already established, but as a naked, evolving, revelatory force moving with other force factors. Well, maybe we need a wee cup of tea after that. Shall we have a break? Okay. If you imagine up in the sky, the sun is always shining, but sometimes it's obscured by clouds, and then sometimes rain's falling from the clouds. So some of the Dharma practices we do are to develop an umbrella. So you can hold the umbrella up, and the rain of your own obscurations won't make you wet. Yeah? That's generally what's called the Hinayana view, of trying to protect yourself from the potential difficulties and dangers that are in the world. The problem with an umbrella is that you have to hold it up. If you forget to hold it up, you will get wet. And so in the Hinayana tradition, they have a lot of vows, because vows are ways of remembering your umbrella. What to do when this happens, what to do when that happens, so that you always are attentive. It is a very dualistic vision. If I am not careful, if I am not attentive, bad things will happen. It is all up to me, but of course my capacity to be on the ball all the time is not great. So it's a very difficult task. The next level is to look at these clouds and to think, how can we thin out these obscurations? So that's where the purification practices come in. We develop positive qualities, courage, endurance, patience, compassion, wisdom, and so on. And the more we do that, because we're devoting our time to doing that, the less we are encouraging and maintaining our more negative qualities of selfishness, irritation, and so on. If you keep doing that, gradually, slowly, the band of obscurations will become thinner and thinner. So this is something that you get in the Hinayana path, but also in the Mahayana path, where you make a commitment that over many, many lifetimes you will work to thin away these obscurations. And the motivation is not just that you will have an easier time, that by removing the obscurations of all beings, everyone will have an easier time. Again, the focus is still dualistic. There is me and my obscurations. And they are an obstacle or an interruption to me going to where I want to go. The third aspect in this image is the sun. The sun is represents the radiance of awareness itself. So when we practice in the Dzogchen tradition, we enter the heart of the sun. Our own mind is the illuminating force of the sun itself. So we're not obscured from the sun, we become the sun. And from the position of this radiant awareness, everything that arises is simply the revelation of the capacity of the sun. So there are no obscurations. And this is the practice that we'll do now. And the function of the practice is that whenever thoughts, feelings, sensations arise, that you can start to wrap yourself around or pull into a familiar story you have about yourself. You just relax and allow whatever comes to come. Don't edit, don't protect. Part of the profound fear that we have is, I will be contaminated by this experience. What is it that gets contaminated? Well, clearly our personality will be influenced by what happens to us. If you grow up in a family where there's a lot of cruelty, a lot of criticism, physical, sexual abuse and so on, your pathway in life will definitely be affected by that. When we say your pathway, what does that mean? It means your personality, the patterning of your energy in terms of how you relate to yourself and how you relate to other people. Is the mind itself affected by all these experiences? From the point of view of Dzogchen, it's not. It doesn't matter what your history is, if it's good or it's bad. If you stay in a state of awareness and just observe what is arising, it will come and it will go. Say, for example, you grew up in a very, very critical family, and your inner world is full of criticism and judgment. You're very harsh on yourself. And you sort of, you might say, you beat yourself up. So there's a negative thought, and there seems to be a recipient of that negative thought. Oh, why do I keep doing this? Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Now, if I'm saying I'm so stupid, the one that's saying that is the I'm. So I'm the attacking force, but I also seem to be simultaneously the recipient of it. So I'm whacking myself. If you just sit and something like that arises, it's then gone. Both polarities go. The attacking polarity and the attack polarity will both vanish. If you fuse into it, if you think, this is a true account of how I am indeed a waste of space, this negative thought is telling me the truth about myself, then you will become limited, conditioned, and defined. And then whatever thought arises in your mind will be your master. So if you have the bad luck to have lots of very negative thoughts, you will just be flattened and annihilated. And as we know, every year many people kill themselves. They come to a point where they feel the content of my mind is so overwhelming and the strength of my impulses is so intense and my arousal is so profound that I can't self-soothe, I can't bring myself down, that when these three factors meet together, the only way forward is out. This is so tragic. It's tragic because this life is gone, but from a Buddhist point of view, it means that you move off into the next experience with a very powerful sense of being at the mercy of whatever arises. From the point of view of Dzogchen, whenever you find yourself falling into your thoughts, believing your thoughts, relax, observe, and very gently pull your attention back from the thought so that you stand still like the mirror and let the thought pass. Thoughts will always pass. They have no inherent power. You give them the power. You give them the power. doesn't feel like that. It feels like the power is in the thought. So this is the heart of the meditation practice. So we're doing a little bit of that just now. Some of you know this rather well. Just sitting in a relaxed way. Let your spine carry your weight so that your muscles can hang free and your skeleton is just supporting all your weight. And in this kind of practice, we have our chin slightly raised and we rest our gaze in the space in front of us. And what we want to do is to integrate the space inside ourselves, our natural freedom, our openness, with the space outside, so that we experience ourselves in this environment with the arising of everything in space, just arising and passing, arising and passing. And we integrate with our own nature this unborn state of awareness, which is not anything, and yet which reveals everything. It's because the mirror has no content of its own that it can show everything that's put in front of it. When we identify with a particular content of our own, that clutter of furniture inside ourselves stops us offering hospitality to everything that arises. This building here that you see was once just a kind of empty shell. In that empty shell you could do anything. But now it is a Buddhist centre. And so one must act with a certain decorum. It wouldn't be nice to do certain activities in this room. That's what happens when you get furniture. It determines the space. So all the furniture that you built up from past lives and from this life, all the traits of your personality, your beliefs, your hopes of fears, your likes and dislikes, you imagine what a clutter of stuff you've got inside yourself. And so when you encounter new experience, it's all being mediated through all this stuff. So in this practice, we want to just let go of the stuff. Empty room, and then everything's possible. So we sit in this way, and then we make this sound of ah 3 times, just releasing all the tension and attachment in ourselves into the space and integrate with the space that's in front of us. Okay, so we try this, and then when we finish that, we just sit in that state of openness, and whatever happens, whether it's very familiar or very unusual, just stay relaxed and let it come and go. If you enter into judgment and think, oh, this is stupid, or I don't like this, then you're already caught up in the thought. If that happens, just relax. You can relax into a long out breath and let the thought go and see what's there. See what's there. Okay. Now clearly, that's, although that practice is very simple, it's quite difficult to do. And one of the things it does, certainly in the beginning stages, is it reveals to us just how easily our attention fuses into whatever's arising. And when your attention goes into the object, that is to say, what's occurring, there's a kind of synergy that builds up between the two. It generates a kind of energy. So the fusion of subject and object, there's strong interaction. creates the felt sense of this is me. You get caught up in a chain of thought. It feels like me, and it seems to be telling the truth about me. If one is practicing purely in the Dzogchen mode, you would simply go back into the practice again and again and again. But what we can do is take that view of our own nature as pure and open and integrate it with the preliminary practices, so that we're using the purification of what's arising to help make the object lighter, more transparent, so that there's less hooks, as it were, on their side and less hooks on the subject side. And then the self-liberation of phenomena becomes easier to experience. So, back to these basic principle thoughts. The second one to think about is karma. That everything is created by karma. Karma simply means activity. But it means a particular kind of activity. And so I'll just unpack this a little bit. Some of you are familiar with this, but it's very important to see the basis of it. Traditionally, it's understood in terms of 4 aspects. The first is the basis. And the basis of the generation of karma is to believe that I exist as a separate person. It's called the ground, but here meaning the relative ground. So, I'm me, and I'm looking out of my eyes at you. I'm real and you are real. When this is installed, then you have the potential for karma. Am I real? Not really. What is the basis for my reality? My name. I am James, and I also have a passport to prove it. So if I don't know who I am, I can look in my passport. There's my picture, my name, that's me. Am I reliable? Not at all. Would I want to be reliable? Well, sometimes. But the reality is, thoughts, feelings, sensations change. The content of me being me varies a great deal. It varies according to the season, to hormones, to all sorts of factors, bring about different constellations of what I call me. From a psychological point of view, more and more there's an understanding that we have different aspects of ourselves inside, sometimes called subpersonalities, self-states, voices, that we are made up of a congregation and interplay of different aspects, none of which are enduring or inherently true, but they move together. So, for example, in a football team, you have people who take up particular positions. And while the game is going on, they make moves in accordance with the particular role that goes with that position. At the end of the game, they are no longer doing what they did in the game. The goalkeeper is not jumping about as he walks down the street. He's just walking down the street. So being the goalkeeper is a situational identity. It's very important in football to have a goalkeeper. But in the same way, inside ourselves as a person, it's important to have a bit of us that's got some teeth to it. Because if you can't bite, in some situations that's a bit dangerous. It's important also to be kind and generous. Of course, we often get trapped in being placatory as well. So many of the positions that we take up are not so helpful, and they need to be balanced by other helpful things. It's very rare to have a football team where each of the positions in the team is occupied by somebody who's really good at that position, and not only that, understands the position of the other players. So somebody may be fantastic as a star, but they never want to pass the ball, which means they're not a team player. To become a good team as a person is very difficult, because we tend to be divided against ourselves. we don't even want some of the members of our team to be in our team. So we're always trying to send them off. So not only are we a bad, malfunctioning team, but we're the referee as well. So in that situation, we are a bit divided against ourselves. And yet, I exist, I'm real, I'm true. So we've got this double move. We can see that actually we're rather incoherent, we're rather situational in how we present ourselves, and yet we're quite strident in protecting our integrity, so-called. So this is the first stage of karma, thinking I exist as I, me, myself. I am someone. On the basis of that, I'm positioned in the world and I have intentions. My intention is to protect myself. My intention is to develop myself. My intention might also be to protect you. But say I'm going to do something kind. I want to help you. I am real, you are real, and the help I'm going to give is real. So then I think how I'm going to do that. The third stage is the actual enactment. It's called jorwa. It means joining your intention to the actual situation in which you do whatever it is. And then the fourth stage is the outcome, in which you think, I did that, I'm glad I did that. That was a good thing to do. So when these four factors are fully aligned, then you get the full weight of karma. That is to say, you've put your full energy in one direction, you've committed yourself to a particular formation in the world, and therefore you're likely to re-encounter that formation coming again. You know, if you, say for example, you've stopped smoking for a while, and then you get upset about something, or you drink a bit much at a party and you have a cigarette. In that moment, you might enjoy the cigarette. Now afterwards you might think, oh, what am I doing? This is stupid. In which case, you blocked it on the fourth level, on the level of the outcome. You said, I don't like that outcome. But already you've set up a bit of a tendency. You want to have another cigarette. Do I really want to have this cigarette? Well, part of me does and part of me doesn't. This is the problem with being in duality. Because we are divided against ourselves, the task of self-management is very, very hard. This is why paths based on vows are very difficult. The person who takes the vow and wants to be a good monk or nun, or really wants to be a bodhisattva, is not the whole person. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand does. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand does. That's the problem. If only we were all of a piece, we could speak our truth and be reliable. But because we are polyvocal, because we live in this polyphony of different voices, which is often a cacophony because we're divided against ourselves, we can't really be quite sure when we say something if we'll carry it through, because whose voice is this? It's my voice, and yet I have other voices that disagree with it. So, karma means that we're often carrying through activities without much insight to what we do, bumping into the world, which has its own small consequences, but the key thing is that the structure of self and other as separate and strongly real is always being installed. And this is very important because in the view of Buddhism, good actions are not enough. Even if you manage to be a very, very, very good person and you never cause any trouble and you are always kind and gentle and thoughtful, that would not be sufficient for awakening. Because the self-referential nature of our activity, knowing what we do, not in an egotistical sense, not taking big pride out of it, but just knowing I did that. The way in which every time you do something, like if I lift the cup, I'm just lifting it, but there's a sort of invisible feedback loop that says, I have lifted this cup. So there's an affirmation, a confirmation of my existence. I am the agent. I am the one who is doing this. And that solidity of the individual self, me as an autonomous subject separated from the environment, that's what's the basis of the problem. Because that is the nature of ignorance, to take oneself as separated from the integration of spaciousness and manifestation. And to then see, I exist in relation to the world, and I can choose to participate or not. So now I'm going to be a good person, and I choose to participate in a good, helpful, kind way, but I'm still confirming my separate existence. And from the Buddhist point of view, that is ignorance. It's not seeing how it actually is. So, karma is the seed of being born in the different realms, and you can read elaborate rationales for why different realms are created. But the root cause is not recognizing one's own unborn nature, or Buddha nature. So, karma means, if I don't waken up to the fact that my nature is open, unborn, spacious, a luminous awareness, and if I continue to see myself as a finite personality created out of causes and conditions, I will always be trying to protect myself and interacting, pushing away what I think is bad, trying to pull in what is good. And that energy will drive me round and round in these 6 realms. So the path to liberation doesn't lie in activity. It lies in awakening to the ground out of which activity arises. This is why an understanding of karma is very important. Of course, the Buddhas also do things. They help people, but they help them in the manner of a dream. Sometimes that's explained in terms of the Buddhas live in their pure lands, like Amitabha in the western paradise of Sukhavati. Amitabha is always there, but out of him radiate rays of rainbow-colored light, and many beneficial forms come into the world. What that means is that he is not doing it. That is to say, activity is spontaneous. Now, of course, if you're driving a car, you have to take responsibility to stay on the right side of the road and overtake carefully. You can't just let it happen. And in that situation, it's normal to have a sense of being the agent. But when we sit in meditation, the more you relax, the more you realize stuff is just happening. You are not the thinker of the thought. The thought arises, and if you're relaxed, there is simply this open field of awareness which reveals the thought. So your mind is then like the stage, and on this stage, dancers, performers of many kinds come and go, and then they're gone. The stage doesn't create the dancer. It's not doing the dancing. The stage is simply the environment in which that occurs. It facilitates it. Without the stage, the dancing wouldn't be occurring there. But the stage itself is not dancing. So this is very important. This is the understanding of the dreamlike or illusory nature of the Buddha's activity. It's said to be in the manner of a dream, like a rainbow, like a mirage. It's there, and yet it's ungraspable. What gets in the way of our recognizing that is that we grasp at ourselves all the time. We think we're strongly real. We take our pains and sufferings very seriously. In fact, they just pass. It's normal to suffer. Suffering is what we get here. There's a lot of it about. So when we get it, it's kind of, yeah, that's what you expect. This is Macclesfield weather. We are not in the tropics. This is it. This is what you get here. Why would we be surprised? So karma is enormously important as a way of thinking about who is the one who is doing this action. Being more alert, because our tendency is to be sucked into the world of objects. Because the object is there, I feel that I have to. I feel I have to. Why did you need to climb Mount Everest? Because it's there. You know what human beings do. Why do you invade this other country? Because it's there. Because we can. We human beings are very, very stupid. We do things just because we can do them. Ridiculous. But why? Why would you want to do that? Because I can. Yeah, but why? No, because I can. This is a completely circular argument, isn't it? It has no rationale in it at all. You know, Britain is going to defeat the Taliban. The Taliban have these old Russian weapons. The Americans are being called in with their big bombers. There's our Holy Prince calling in, you know, blow them up, blow them up, blow them up. Yep, blown up, well done. A hero. My country, right or wrong. Is that a fair fight? No, not a fair fight. Do you want war to be a fair fight? No, because if it was a fair fight, we would die. Let's have an unfair fight. That feels better, doesn't it? We are going to bring democracy, truth and justice to a country by fighting unfairly and demonstrating to them might is right. We're going to use all our firepower, all our guns, to show them we can crush you to death in the name of democracy, which is respectful of each human being's right to exist. Human beings are very, very stupid. And that's the danger of karma. In thinking that you're doing something good inside one little frame of reference, you end up creating a lot of turmoil. So Buddhists sit on their cushions and try not to do too much. And that may be a better hope for the world. So, next factor is impermanence. Impermanence is very, very important to understand. Everything is impermanent. Moment by moment by moment, the world changes. We've been sitting in this room for some time. We haven't had an earthquake, so we might believe this room is a fairly stable environment. It's only stable in terms of its concept. The concept of the room won't change because we can keep repeating it. But as the day changes, the light coming in the windows affects the coloration that we have in here. As the air gets more stale, we get more sleepy, and so our perception of the world changes. That's what happens, isn't it? The room as revealed to us is changing moment by moment. The room that we conceptualize and think about can remain the same. All the stability in our life is conceptual. All the change in our life is experiential. So the Buddha's teaching on impermanence is to bring us away from the pseudo-security and fixity and sense of control that comes from resting on concepts into the immediacy of the fact that it's changing something. Because you're sitting in your chair and you just move slightly and you've got a new room. You just tilt your head a little bit, you have a new room. You have a new perspective. You see people's faces from a different angle. Oh, but that's still John. What is there? It's a particular profile. The light at this time, how the person's expression is revealed, that is this. That's what you've got. As soon as you say, yes, but it's John, you've lost the detail of that face, and you've reassured yourself on the basis of saying, I trust the name, I don't trust the experience. I prefer concepts to experience. That's an amazing thing to do. Because actually we live in a world of experience. Sparrows don't trust concepts at all. They're very wary of cats. You know, they're checking it out. They're in a world which is completely naked. Now we have managed to use concepts to make our world much safer. We have things like insurance policies, which are very useful to have. But it's mediating raw, direct experience through contracts. You have a contract of employment. If somebody gives you a bad deal, you can go and take them to arbitration. You can take them to an inquiry. You can say, this is not right. This is how it should be. What about that? But if you've ever done a process like that, you find out it's awful. Because the realm of bureaucracy is just trading one term against another. That's what our whole legal system is. You know, if you have to write a court report for a patient who's going into the legal system about child benefit or sort of child care, it's very, very political, isn't it? Because you're simply telling a story. How can you say whether someone would be a good mother or not? So, impermanence is to a call back from the mediation of conceptualization to the directness of experience, which includes concepts. That's the whole thing. Concepts are not outside of experience, they are a part of experience, but they've taken on a privileged position which seems to set them apart as the judges of experience. Does that make sense? So when you speak, when you have a thought, it's gone. It's gone. Oh. There's the impermanence of the concept. Now the concept says, I remain, I'm true. This is Macclesfield. This is Macclesfield. It was Macclesfield on Monday, it's Macclesfield on Saturday. It's always Macclesfield. But where is Macclesfield? You can't find Macclesfield. You can find it on the map because you look for the word Macclesfield. Oh, there it is, near Manchester. But when you walk around in the streets of Macclesfield, where's the heart of Macclesfield? Oh, this is the oldest part of Macclesfield. This is the oldest house in Macclesfield. Oh, that's the real Macclesfield. It's not like that, is it? Macclesfield is ungraspable because it's always changing. And yet, the concept can be applied again and again. So, impermanence allows us to see how we bring ignorance into the world, how we concretize situations which are actually dynamic. You know, oh, I'm going to see Swan Lake tonight. So we have Swan Lake, we have a notion of the music, we have a notion of the standard choreography. And so you get an interpretation, and afterwards the critic can say, that was not an impressive performance. Because they have in their mind what the ideal performance is. But all you ever get in Swan Lake is a beginning, a middle, and an end. And then it's gone. And it was ungraspable all the way through. And how will you receive Swan Lake? If you're the critic, you know that you've got to write something for the newspaper. And you want to keep your job, so you have to say something interesting. So a little bit of sharpness in your eyes looking out. You're looking for things. The child going to Swan Lake for the first time. Imagine a little girl of 7. She's all dressed up, she's got a little bow on her dress. That's a very different Swan Lake, isn't it? No agenda, just so beautiful. Tears coming down. That's very sweet. So it's very, very important for us to see what is impermanence. Nothing to grasp. And if there is nothing to grasp, then in life either we're there or we're dead. And we are the zombie nation. Most of the time we're asleep, we're just bopping around in our heads thinking about this and that, not here, somewhere else. So impermanence is saying, attend in the moment, attend in the moment, attend in the moment. There is nowhere to hide. Because if you link impermanence to karma, while you're in a daydream, your activity construction is still going on. You are doing things without being aware of them, but that doesn't stop them having consequences. And these consequences, because you're in the world of concepts, seem very strong. When you take concepts to be real, then when you come to think about what you did, you get the strong response. Oh God, why did I do it? I shouldn't have done it. And you feel it in your body, and you tense up, the muscles tense, the diaphragm squeezes, the breath comes up. Oh, what will I do now? It's very intense. of what's causing all that. It's not the action's already gone. The self-attack is conceptual. The moment of the event is gone. You have created a mental construct, and you are now standing in relation to the construct and linking it to your value system, which you'd forgotten about when you did the action, but you suddenly remember it. And now these three factors are grinding together. This is an intrapsychic conceptual battle. And in that you get a lot of grief. That's what a great deal of suffering is. Buddhist suffering, which is the next factor, means the way in which the momentary, evanescent pain of situations is cooked up to become something else. It's normal for us to get aches and pains. You get a headache or a backache. This is not suffering from the general Buddhist point of view. Suffering is when you feel yourself to be the victim of that pain. It's not fair, it shouldn't be happening, why is it happening to me? I hate this. These are the sources of suffering. Because you're then not allowing this factor to be part of the total sphere of your activity. It's just one of the many things that's going on. But you're now getting closer and closer to it, obsessed, mesmerized by it. And it's determining who you are. And when an event determines who we are, that's the real basis of suffering. You think that's true? So freedom from suffering doesn't mean that everything is ha 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 all the time. What it does mean is that things are just as they are. Some days are happy, some days are sad. When you're sad, you can just be sad. Being sad is not the same as suffering. Suffering is when you feel you shouldn't be sad. When it's not something you can occupy. If you inhabit your own existence, every experience will be impermanent, so it will pass. Really understanding the impermanence of phenomena and the natural purity and spaciousness of the mind, you don't have to be upset. But I don't want it to be like this. Bad luck. Life is like that. Prince Harry wanted to stay in Afghanistan. Bad luck. No matter how rich and powerful you are, things don't go well. Suffering comes to everyone. That's just a fact. But I don't want it to be this way. Now, what's the cause of suffering? Is it the fact of difficult events happening, or I don't want it to be this way? From a Buddhist point of view, it's the latter. That's where the suffering is. Because now I'm standing in relation to my experience, and I want to change it, and I can't. So I feel small and stupid and despairing. I feel ashamed and I feel angry. Why won't you? And it's all cooked up, and you feel tight inside. You stop breathing properly, and all kind of revenge fantasies or despairing fantasies arise. And this is suffering, being immersed in something which has already gone. And this is linked to old age, sickness and death. This body, which if we're lucky is healthy for quite a bit of our lives, so for many people it's not very healthy, maybe a great source of pain. If you're lucky and you have a longish life, sooner or later sickness starts to come, the body starts to wear out. Cartilage and so on gets thin, the skin gets thin, the body bruises easily and so on. And then we move towards death. And death means that we are having to leave all the things that were close to us. All the things that we thought were ours, whether that's family, possessions, knowledge, all the ordinary basis of my identity. You know, it's very easy to explore this. You just think of how you would introduce yourself to someone you meet for the first time. You start to tell them something about yourself. Everything that you tell them about yourself will go when you die. It's just your body that dies. It's your identity that dies. So in the Tibetan tradition, the elements which make up the body start to dissolve, the earth into the water into the fire into the wind, and finally our consciousness is merged in the wind element, and it leaves the body through one of its 9 doors and goes off on a journey. And the first thing it experiences is this open spaciousness, the Dharmata, the Chunyi. And in that moment, if you've done open meditation and relaxed, you can just recognize, oh, this is familiar, and just stay in that. Then you have liberation in the Dharmakaya. That moment passes, and then you start to encounter color and noise, which comes in the form of, first of all, peaceful gods, and then the wrathful deities. And if you've done some practice and you can be with that, then you relax into that state, and you can have liberation in the Sambhogakaya. But if you don't know what it is, and you think, whoa, what's this? That turning back into yourself, you move on. And then you find yourself moving towards rebirth. And if you recognize what that is, then you can enter into the world in the Nirmanakaya form. But if you don't recognize what it is, your karma just spirals you off somewhere else. And then you begin with a new identity. And you start all over again. And what you bring from your previous life is your karma, which includes your developed capacity for awareness. And you see that with small children. You see that some children get very turned in on themselves. You know, they just cook, and you don't say, oh, sweetie, just take it easy. And other kids are just happy and laughing, and they fall over and they look at the Ludland in me and and others are whining, you know, these gurney little kids. And it's very sad, isn't it? Because you can see that it's all too real. And you want to say, sweetie, just, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. But if mum's not very able to do that and the child finds it difficult, then you see how the karma starts cooking. And then the child starts to become wary. The world's a bit dangerous. And so they become a bit frightened and avoidant. And then, of course, when you get avoid situations, you feel lonely inside. And you look at the other kids and they seem to do it, and you think, well, if they can do it, why can't I do it? There must be something wrong with me. And you start to cook up these very lonely little stories. That's how karma manifests. So old age, sickness and death is a reminder, don't leave this life empty-handed. Because your house won't go with you, your body won't go with you, your possessions won't go with you, your collection of DVDs won't go with you. You know, the number of sexual partners you've had won't go with you. Nothing will go with you. It's all be gone. So what can go with you? Only the Dharma and the karma. And if it's mainly karma and not very much Dharma, not so good. If it's mainly Dharma and not so much karma, not so bad. So these are the 4 thoughts that turn the mind from samsara. That is to say that we should use them like wedges to interrupt and to open up a little gap in our normal immersion into the habitual formations of our lives. It's very important to try to do that, not to take things for granted. Because certainly from the point of view of Dzogchen, the only thing which is granted is awareness. Only the Buddha nature is unborn, is just there. Everything else is arising and passing, and therefore is prone to be woven into constructs. So if you take constructs for granted, now, at the moment, the British economy is not so bad. We're one of the wealthiest countries in the world. Things seem quite safe. But there are plenty of people still alive who remember the Second World War. And it didn't seem like that. And at certain periods in the Second World War, it was very, very uncertain what would happen. 1939, 1940, the outcome of the war was very, very uncertain. The Third Reich could have been successful. America was not very willing to be involved. And if that had happened, the future that we have could have been very different. And especially if the Americans had not got involved and Stalin had come in, then maybe Stalin's armies would have marched right through Germany, into Belgium, into France, and into Britain. Lots of things can happen. That is to say, what we take for granted, our kind of democracy, economic balance, and so on, is very, very fragile. China is arising as this incredible economic power, getting more and more of the raw resources in the world. We don't know what will happen. And that's the important thing. We don't know. So taking our security for granted is a way of falling asleep. These 4 thoughts are not designed to make you anxious and upset. The lever is not to hit yourself on the head with. It's just to make you reflect. Oh, for the moment things are like this, but I need to make use of this opportunity. When times are good, you should save and put some money in the bank. When times are hard, you will not have the resources to put money in the bank. When you are healthy and have energy, then you should practice the Dharma. But many people wait till they are tired and sick and then practice the Dharma. And then it's a little bit too late. That's the important thing. So the view means, okay, I really accept this. This world is always changing. The patterns I experience are contingent, that is to say they're dependent on many different factors, most of which are not at all in my control. For the moment things are good, but they can easily change, and I anyway will have to leave this body and go wandering, lone hither and thither like a leaf in the autumn wind. What should I do? Luckily we meet the Dharma, and they say, practice wisdom and compassion. Is this going to get you into some terrible cult? Are you going to be asked to do some dreadful things? Not really. Mainly you'll be asked to be kind to yourself and kind to other people. You don't have to do anything funny. You don't have to wear any particular funny clothes. You don't have to wear any special secret handshakes. You don't need to do anything peculiar except find out who you actually are. There is a cost to that though, because I think it's not insulting to say that we live in a zombie world. The zombies are people who are wandering around not quite there. That is how we are. But as soon as we start to do the meditation, we realize how zombied we are. The more you wake up, the more you realize how bad samsara is. When the Buddha explained the nature of suffering, he said there are different kinds of suffering. These are organized in different schools in different ways, but generally they say there are 3 kinds of suffering. There's this kind of gross suffering, which is bad things happening to you. Then there is the suffering of change, where good things become bad, but also when bad things become good. When people win the pools, when they win the lottery. Wonderful luck, but it often makes their life go very bad because it's so disturbing. But the third form of suffering is a very subtle suffering. And it's said that, when you have a grain of sand on the palm of your hand, or a hair on the palm of your hand, you can hardly feel it. But if it goes in your eye, then you would certainly feel it. And for the Buddha, he feels this all the time. This is why the Buddha's heart is so full of compassion, because he really sees. Everybody wants happiness, but they do nothing to make that happen. You think, I live in London, and all these young people who are carrying knives now, and the anxiety that this brings in their mums and their dads and so on, it's awful. It's awful. The kids want to be safe, but they think the only way to protect myself is to defend myself. But the statistics show that you're more likely to be involved in a knife fight if you're carrying a knife. But you can see why that happens. People want to make their lives secure, but the way they go about it provokes the other person into more violence. So one of the beautiful things about Dharma is it gives us many useful and subtle methods for living in the world in the easiest possible way. Okay, shall we do another short meditation before we break for lunch? So we do this 3-hour practice. Open into the space and allow whatever comes to come. So the next aspect to look at is refuge. And all the Buddhist traditions have some notion of refuge. The basis of refuge is thinking that we need some kind of protection. We need some place to go to which will keep us safe. So that's again predicated on the idea that somehow we are in danger, or we are vulnerable, or there are forces against us. So from the Dzogchen point of view, the first thing that we'll be looking at is who is the one who is in danger? What is the nature of this attack that is happening to myself? So you can have protection from samsara, protection from the habits and impulses you have in yourself, protection from untoward experiences, whether you see these as accidents or the impact of demons or local spirits on your life, depending on how you see the world. But essentially, it's thinking, I need some protection. So who is it that can give us protection? When we're small, if we're lucky, our parents give us protection of some kind. But as we move out into the world, we find that many situations which should protect us don't protect us. But also, we find ourselves drawn towards self-destruction, that we behave in ways which are not particularly helpful to us, and yet they seem enormously important to do. Who can we really rely on? Can we rely on the government? Can we rely on friends? Can we rely on family? Can we rely on ourselves? A lot of the time, we focus on how other people let us down, how other people betray us. But there's another and more important aspect, is that we betray ourselves. We let ourselves down. Because although we might know things, we don't listen to what we know, and we find ourselves being involved again and again in situations which are not helpful. So from the Buddhist point of view, the main refuge is in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. The Buddha here is, on a general level, the historical Buddha Shakyamuni, who awoke from the intoxications of his birth situation, of being a very privileged young man who was entitled to have whatever he wanted. And he had a first awakening when he recognized that life in the palace and the life of privilege was not the whole of life. When he saw, in his traveling outside of the palace, he saw a sick person and an old person and a corpse. And he started to think, if that happens to them, and they have a human body, maybe that will happen to me, and I have a human body. And that's an enormously important thing. You know, at this time, in local hospitals, people are dying. People are being prepared for surgery. But somehow we live as if we won't die. We live as if we won't have cancers and terrible diseases and so on. So the Buddha's first awakening was, because I am human, I will die. Because I am human, I have no particular protection. And we have to remember, he was a very privileged person. So later, when he had his awakening under the Bodhi tree in Bodh Gaya, he awakened to the fact that there was a protection, but it wasn't on the basis of ordinary human identity, not on the basis of class or race or gender or status, but on the basis of seeing that most of the things that he had relied on before were actually cheating him, and the things that he had never attended to were the things that were giving him refuge. That is to say, his gaze was wrong. He had been looking in the wrong direction for happiness. And, you know, most of us do that in our lives. It's very, very normal, isn't it, to see in any city on a Friday night, Saturday night, crowds of young people milling around, doing underage drinking and taking drugs. That feels like a refuge from the pressure of school and the, you know, demands of parents and so on. But there's no real refuge in it. One's simply hoping there must be more to life than this. If only I can get out of it. If only I can get some good mates, we'll be able to really make something happen. But then, of course, it doesn't really work out. And so we seek object after object of refuge, whether these are very conventional things about getting a proper education and a good job and a marriage and so on, or whether these are very radical in terms of being spaced out and running around or traveling around the world or living in a bender. People make lots of experiments, but do they generate any real happiness? So from the Buddha's understanding, the real refuge came from recognizing who he was. And in that moment of his awakening, he makes this Bhumi Paschimutta. He touches the earth and he says, I call on the earth to witness that I am free from entanglement in the concerns of everyday life. That is to say, he wasn't putting the burden of his existence, the sense of who he wasn't putting that onto his thoughts and feelings and sensations. Of course, he continued to have thoughts, feelings and sensations, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to speak. But he was able to say, these are not me, in the sense of these do not define me. So when we read in Buddhist texts, sometimes in translation, that there is no self, it doesn't mean that there is no individual existence. We all exist individually. Even the Buddhas look slightly different. What it means is there is no internal or inherent definition. So, say for example, you have a Lego set. You have all these different pieces. Some of them have 3 little bumps on them, some have 2, some have 1, some have 5. And with these pieces of Lego, you can make many different things. You could make a house or a fortress. Most of us have done things like that, or before Lego there was Meccano. There's building sets where you use standard pieces to create something. When you put all the pieces in place and you build it up, you suddenly have a castle or an aeroplane. But it has been built out of the pieces. the pieces came together, and at a certain point you thought, oh, it's a castle, it's an airplane. If you take all the pieces out, you don't have a castle or an airplane anymore. You just have these pieces of Lego, which can be used to create something else. In the same way, our world is full of many different building blocks, and we can create many different possibilities with our existence. We have to create. It's one of our capacities as we manifest in this world, that we are always creating things. What we do, though, is to fall in love with or to become intoxicated by the things we've created and then imagine that they're truly existing. So the key thing is to stay with the fact that these are pieces of Lego which look like a castle, which look like an aeroplane. I say aeroplane, I say castle, because I have this concept in my mind. But there is no castle there. That was the major part of the Buddha's awakening under the Bodhi tree. To realize that the concretization of the world, the reification, that is to say, to see truly existing things, truly existing entities, is just an act of imagination. It is our overactive imagination which causes us to believe that things truly exist when they only exist conventionally. That's what Lego does. You take pieces of plastic, you put them together in patterns, and then suddenly you have a castle. Look, Mum, it's a castle. Oh, that's great. How did you do that? Well, I did this and this. Wow, God, you're smart. So you got this castle. Where did the castle come from? The castle came from your head. What you got in front of you is bits of coloured plastic. But we have a cultural, social convention that agrees we're going to call this a castle. But we don't just agree with it in a calm way. We believe in it. If you go to an art gallery, go to the National Gallery, paintings worth millions of pounds, and you look at a constable, and you think, oh, look at that tree. There is no tree there. What you see is bits of paint. These are very expensive bits of paint. You see a tree. Where is the tree? In your head. What's on the wall? It's a con. It's a fraud. There ain't no tree there. It's just daubs of paint. We agree it's a tree. We agree it's very important. There are many kinds of modern art which lots of people with a more conservative sensibility would say, but that's not art, that's rubbish. Someone else who is more in touch with the avant-garde, so-called, would say, no, that's truly art because of this, this, and this, and this. That is to say, the same object is being layered with projections, interpretations, associations, and therefore either it rings true or it rings false. Not on its own terms, because there are no own terms in any object. There is no inherent truth in any object at all. It's all a construct. So, this is what the Buddha saw, and this is why we take refuge in him. This radical vision that says, at the very moment when we think we've got it, that's where we've lost it. The very point where, having spent a couple of hours moving all these little bits together and trying to piece them together, you finally got your castle or your aeroplane, you've just cheated yourself. The really exciting thing was putting bits of plastic together and seeing how they could fit. That was creative and connective. As soon as you got the aeroplane, you're cheated, because it's only plastic. Huh? That's the thing. We add the idea into it, and we take the idea as the main thing about it. Our existence has been nothing but work. Has our work led us anywhere? Only to new work. Will it never end? My mum always used to say, I'm just a skivvy in this house. I do the cooking and the cleaning, and nobody says thank you except once a year, and I get my shampoo or my bottle of perfume. Too damn right. That's it. That's it. It doesn't end. If we're lucky, we live long enough to have endless non-endings. Huh? You put the Lego together, you get your aeroplane, then it's a bit boring, so you take it all apart and then you build your castle. Then it gets boring, you take it apart and you build something else. That's what we're doing with the whole of our life. And yet, we're doing it in the name of getting to the aeroplane, getting to the castle, getting sorted, doing your A-levels, maybe going to university, getting your life into a particular kind of shape. How do we do that? That's a really central thing about the Buddha's understanding. He's saying there is no rest. Life is a marathon. It's not a sprint. No matter how hard you try, you will not get to a place where it's sorted. It's never sorted. And especially if you're foolish enough to take the Bodhisattva vow and connect your luck and your life to everyone else's, how could it ever be sorted? But it would never be sorted anyway. Being sorted is not really the point. Being connected is the point. That every situation we meet gives us a chance to move our energy, to express ourselves, to connect, sometimes with tears, sometimes with happiness. That's at the heart of the Buddha's first teaching, which brings us on to the refuge of the Dharma, when he says, there is the truth of suffering. That is to say, we find ourselves in a situation where it's not what we want. Either we don't get what we do want, or we get what we don't want. That's happening a lot of the time. But that this suffering has an origin, it has a basis. And we can understand that basis. And if we understand that basis, it can be removed. And there is a method for doing that. And all the Buddhist teachings have evolved from that. So taking refuge in the Dharma is a way of understanding that our suffering comes because we believe in entities, in truly existing things. We believe we can sort out our lives and know what's what. And we believe that we can then have rest. Like it says, in the good book. For 6 days God labors and creates the world, and on the 7th day he has a little rest. Work's over. But actually, it was just beginning for him, because God's supposed to keep his eye on everything that's going on. And I think we are quite able to give God lots of trouble. Wouldn't you think? So he didn't really get much of a rest. That's it. Life goes on. Life goes on. The question then is, how can I live in a dynamic universe without trying to control it and think that we'll have it sorted? If you think of Marxist dogma, if you think of National Socialist dogma, if you think of any of the great dogmatic systems, they have all been ways of saying, we can come to a final solution. We can bring about the end of history. We can bring about the triumph of the working classes. And then it will be back to paradise. Paradise regained. It was what was offered to the soldiers in the Second World War. When it's over, a world fit for heroes. The National Health Service. There you go. That was what was offered. Sacrifice today, tomorrow jam eternally. This is one of the great fantasies we have in our lives. Actually, our nature is stillness and movement. The mind is always moving, the body needs to move. Stillness is not the reward you get at the end of movement. Stillness is the very ground of movement. Stillness is something we have to find inside ourselves, moment by moment, as we speak, as we move, as we do our various activities. Because if we think that somehow, if we do enough movement, we'll suddenly become still, it doesn't quite make sense. So people work all week and then they have the weekend. And then they're often busy because there's so much to do. There's always something. Is that not true? So when will it end? Well, it won't. It won't end. That's terrible. How will I ever have a rest? You're trying to rest in movement. Movement moves, so you won't find any rest there. Look somewhere else. But all I've got is movement. There's always something. The kids, I thought they'd leave home and they'd get on with their own lives, but they keep coming back and they've always got problems, and now I've got to look after their kids. And people's lives are like that, all over the place, constant turmoil. Why did you think that movement would become still? Stillness is not the same as movement. Where is your stillness? Look into yourself. So the Buddha said, these three basic propositions, the nature of suffering that we've just been looking at, impermanence, which we looked at in the morning, and the absence of inherent self-nature. In the first teaching he taught of it, he said that what you take to be a person is actually a bit like a Lego set construction. It's brought together, it comes into being by the interaction of the 5 skandhas. That is to say, form, which is shape and colour, feeling, tone or sensation, which is positive, negative or neutral, perceptions with all the filters that go with that, associations, which are habitual constructs, the beliefs and values that we bring into any situation, and our capacity for consciousness, which is the consciousness of our 5 senses and their organizing consciousness. When these 5 factors are operating together, they give us the sense of what is a person. On a very ordinary level, if we were to have our brain removed, we wouldn't be doing very well. If we had our heart taken out and nothing else was put in, we wouldn't be doing very well. Take out our liver, you wouldn't be doing very well. That is to say, these vital organs are part of your existence. What you take to be you, the naivety of your simple body, is based on the collaboration of the vital organs and all the other factors in your body. The blood supply, the lymph nodes, and so on. Everything has to collaborate. This embodied existence is an exquisite, subtle collaboration of an incredible complexity of factors. Our body demonstrates to us the absence of simplicity in our existence. That is to say, manifestation is always complex and interactive. So, rather than trying to sort our lives out, we have to look, what is the ground or the basis of this experience? That is awareness. Why is it that we don't encounter this awareness in our daily life, given that we are, intelligent, educated people with lots and lots of resources? From the Buddhist point of view, that's because we are truly mesmerized, we are fascinated, we are enchanted, we are bewitched by objects. We think, if I get this, then I'll be happy. I just have to do this. When I finish this, then I can relax. That is to say, the answer to the problems of my existence lie in the object. If only I can find the right object, then I'll be okay. Whether that's a partner, or a job, or a book to read, or a holiday to have, or a drug to take, it's always out there. The Buddha's essential teaching through the Dharma is, the answer isn't in the object. It's in who is the one who claims to be the subject, given that subjects are always involved with objects. That is to say, as a person, from the first time you wake up in the morning till you fall asleep at night, you're always into something. You're thinking about this or that. You've got to go and have a cup of tea. Then you've got to think, oh my God, the time. You've got to do this. That is to say, the world speaks to us or we go out to the world. It's a constant toing and froing of subject to object, object to subject. And that's what keeps this state of samsara turning. But who is the one who is the subject? When we look at ourselves, we hit this waterfall of ideas. I'm just me. Well, I'm me. Well, you've known me for a while. I'm just me. What are you asking? That's a stupid question. I'm me. Shut up. So, here's a wall. You can't get through that. I'm just busy. Why? I don't know. That's the way that people bat these things out. I work as a therapist, and in my experience, most people who come to therapy have no real desire to inquire into who they are. They simply want to get sorted and get back into the battle. They want to get on with life. And that's what the government's development of this new Layard scheme of, CBT for everyone is about. Getting people back into life. What life? Anyway, the life that's there. Whatever bops them on the nose. But who am I? Let's not look there. That's much too complicated. Just do what you have to do. Okay, but what is that? Well, let me tell you. If you don't know, I'll tell you. Government's very good at that. From a Buddhist point of view, the central question is, who am I? At this very moment, I have thoughts, feelings and sensations, and when I wrap myself in them, they're like a duvet. And sometimes the duvet's warm, and sometimes it's very damp and cold. But anyway, it gives me some kind of protection, some kind of wrapping in. Taking off the duvet, what is this naked being itself? Who am I when I'm not wrapped in anything? That's the central focus of Dzogchen. And that is the heart of the Dharma. To see how we mistake our clothes for ourselves. Most people believe they are ghosts. They have no true existence. But this no true existence is a kind of 19th century nihilism, a kind of absence of existence at all, a kind of empty nothingness. And only by fulfilling my social function, by having a value for other people, can I claim any right to true existence. The Buddhist understanding of emptiness is very different. Buddhist emptiness says, from the very beginning, there have never been any real entities that you could rely on. Everything is dynamic, interlocking patterns of energy which manifest and demanifest and manifest, and you can never catch them, and you can never catch yourself. Each of us in this room has been 5 years of age at one time. Can you remember being 5? Now you're not 5. You'll never be 5 again. But at one time you were 5. You were 5. Imagine you went to primary school and you sat there, your first year in primary school, and you sat at your little desk. Hello. And you look around, you have a little box, maybe with some Smurfs on it or something on it, and you've got your little sandwich for lunch. You sit in there. What am I going to do? I don't know. That's gone. That was you. You were that. When you were 5, you were fully identified as 5. Because when you were 5, you'd nowhere else to go. When you're 5, you can't be 4. You can't say, I'm not going to school, I'm not going to school, I don't like school, I'm not going to school. You're going to school. I don't want to. Sweetie, you're going to school. Because you're not 4. And when you're 5, you can't be 6. I want to be big, I don't like this. Can't I get a bigger bike? Well, you're not big enough for the bike. Yeah, but I want a bigger bike. My friend's got a bigger bike. Yeah, but you're not as big as your friends. You have to have that bike. You're only 5. That's it, isn't it? But you're not 5 anymore. Isn't that amazing? If you can remember in your body what it was like to be 5, how real it was, that was you. It ain't here anymore. It's not here. And now you are, whatever age you are, and if you're lucky, you'll get another year at least. And then maybe another one. We don't know. Anything can happen. But all we've got is what we've got. So it's a very beautiful thing, this. The very vitality of our being, which causes us to be alive, is just a little bit cranked up, a little bit over intense, so that we, this is me, yeah. If you just lowered the amplification a little bit, you could be exactly you, but with a little bit more space. That's really what the Buddhist teaching is about. Bring a little bit more space and allow the identification to be, this is today's me. Morning me is already gone. This is afternoon me. Then there'll be evening me. And on and on. And each time it will be different. And if you're young, you experience that more because you grow. And then you say, Mum, these trousers are too short for me now. Or Mum, I can't wear these shoes anymore. Because your body's growing. When you get bigger, you don't notice that so much. Then you have to read fashion magazines to tell you that your clothes are out of date. Because you want to fit in somehow. But it's always changing. Can you see? All the Buddha's teachings fit together. It's very beautiful. Although there are these different yanas or different paths, all the methods fit together. They're saying the same thing. Be alive, be present in the moment, enjoy the exquisite, unrepeatable moment, which is here and then here and then here. But if we're trying to be in the past, missing it, longing for it, or being endlessly pissed off that we had a terrible childhood and we were treated badly, or if we're longing for the future, we're not where we are. So how to inhabit this existence? But the moment's very naked, isn't it? I don't know if you can remember as a kid, maybe on a bicycle going down a very steep hill. When I was a kid, we didn't have gears on a bicycle. So when the wheels are going very fast, the pedals go very fast as well. And you have to take your feet off. So you have to steer this thing and you've got very little control on the bicycle. That's what life is. Actually, we have very little control over our existence. We could leave this room and some drunken driver can go off the road onto the pavement and kill you. And you could be in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. We don't know how our life is going to evolve. This is it. We don't know. What is in front of us, each moment, is completely unformed. It's only because we're rather polite people that we sit in our seats for a long time. You might not. You might throw beer cans or something. In other places, this afternoon, that's what people will be doing. There are many, many possibilities, but we lose the sense of the possibility because we agree to abide by certain unstated rules. That's the really important thing. When we take refuge in the Dharma, we take refuge in the fact there is nothing ahead of us except how we proceed. So if we've got a notion, I am me, I know roughly who I am, I know what my life's going to be like, yeah, it's okay, that's it. We've already filled the space. How could we be startled? How could we encounter something fresh and new? But if you just experience color, shape, sound, a car goes by, oh. As soon as you say it's a car, you don't need to worry about it. But if you just hear, it's an amazing world, isn't it? It's like being on acid. But you don't need that. It just is like that. It just is like that. What stops it being naked is our predictive conceptualization. Taking refuge in the Dharma is to be in a more immediate, naked relationship with the world. Then we have taking refuge in the Sangha. Sangha means, in the Mahayana tradition, it means firstly the assembly of the great bodhisattvas, those who have committed their life for the benefit of others. but also the assembly of the Arhat, the assembly of the great Shramanas, the great monks, and so on. It means we need other people, or certainly we need other beings. Why do we need them? Because our world is determined by other people. We are born into the world and we learn language. Language is that which is spoken by many people before we were born. After a while we start to speak and we have the confidence that we can speak our mother tongue. But we are speaking exactly our mother's tongue. We are always speaking someone else's language. It's the tongue of our mothers, and for our mothers, it was their mother's tongue, and their mother's tongue, and their mother's tongue. And so we swim in the sea of the cultural assumptions, the linguistic assumptions of other people. That's an amazing thing. My very own voice is giving voice to the words of my mother, my father, my grandmothers, my grandfathers, back and back and back. And all the people I've met, all the teachers I had in school, all the essays I had to write, all the times I opened a dictionary and learnt words. All of that which was not me becomes me, and then I speak it as me. But even as I speak it as me, it's still not me, because it's language. So that's an amazing thing. For me to be me, lots of people have been involved. All the teachers we had in school, without them, how would we have learnt the things we learned? All the people who made our clothes, prepared our food. Without their work, we wouldn't be ourselves. Isn't that amazing? Hairdressers, opticians, doctors, dentists, all of these people have influenced us. The shape of our teeth, for example, whether we wear glasses or not. These people's lives are part of our life. Isn't that an amazing thing? We tend to want to keep them on the outside of it, and we just sort of take these things into our world, dropping them in bleach first so that they're pristine and they don't contaminate us. But you can't do that. We are infected with other people. Other people are like viruses moving inside us, transforming who we are. That's why in the Buddhist tradition they say there is no entity of a self. Other people's words speak through you. You see that particularly with younger people, because they tend to use catchwords again and again. There is a kind of slang, and if you want to be in your group of friends at school, you have to use that kind of slang, except you don't even think you have to. By being a member of that group, you find that you speak in that way. So how does that happen? That your very way of speaking is informed by other people, and by being informed, you become yourself. Hang on a minute. That doesn't make sense, does it? Informed. Something from outside comes inside, and it's me. But that's how it is. Me is a name I call myself after the fact of being informed by everything I've met. That's a very different thing. Therefore, we need Sangha. And it's not that Sangha is a choice. Sangha simply means a circle or a grouping together of people. So we have all these groups. We've all been part of family groups. Some people might have been in care, they've been in residential home groups, who've been in primary school groups, secondary school, and so on. All of these groups have influenced us. So from a profound level, Sangha means not just high, holy, enlightened people somewhere else who we hope will help us, but the refuge comes from waking up to the fact that you are always already part of groups. You have no individual autonomous existence, and therefore no one is a stranger to you. So in the Mahayana tradition, that idea is developed through the idea that we have all been born many, many times. And in each of our lives we've had a mother. And the mother has done so many things for us. The mother has borne us in her body and fed us from her own body and cooked for us and taught us to speak and wiped our body when we got soiled and taken care of us. And when we got upset, we've been comforted. That is to say, in all our lives, our existence has been connected with people, and if these people weren't there for us, our existence would have been very fragile. So we owe a great debt of gratitude to other people. Everyone we meet as a debtor. So when we meet people in the street, these are people who have already helped us. That's a very different view from the paranoid existence in a big city where you think, is this person going to mug me? You know, what danger do they offer to me? Everybody has already helped us. That's an amazing idea. Therefore, thank you. We can start, whenever we meet someone, just thinking, thank you. I'm in your debt. What can I do for you? And of course, it's such a better place to be, to think, what can I do for you, than what can you do for me? Because if I'm thinking, what can you do for me, I'm already thinking, well, what's the matter with me, or what do I need? I've already gone finite. But if I'm thinking, what can I do for you, I'm starting with the infinite, because I don't know what you're going to ask, and I'll try to do what I can, so I have to be very big. So this is, again, a very beautiful thing, that our connection with the world in taking refuge is to be returned to the infinity of our own potential. How can I make myself most available to other people? Now, of course, we experience the limits of our physical situation. We get tired, we get sick, and so on. We're not talking here so much about the concrete capacity, you know, especially as we get old. There's lots of things we can't do. But we're talking about the orientation or the view of the heart that says, I am available. I will not turn my face from you. Even if I'm so tired I have to say, hang on, I can't take any more. I'm saying that in terms of my capacity. I'm not saying it in terms of my heart. My heart is still open. I mean, what an amazing way that would be to live. To accept that the connection is always already there. And that's really what Sangha means. That it's not about stepping out of the narrowness of one's own world, but about accepting, I don't have a private world to be in. I am always a public servant. Now, this government has a great hatred of public servants. Although, as far as I remember, members of parliament are supposed to be public servants. So if they hated themselves a bit more, that might be better for us. But anyway, they project out their hatred onto other people, social workers, and so on. Being a public servant is a very good thing. But if you take the Bodhisattva vow, which we'll come on to shortly, you say, from this time on, I will always be a public servant. I have no private place to retreat to. What we do retreat into, or abide in, or rest in, is the unborn Dharmakaya, but it's not private, because it has no color, no shape, no beginning, no end, no top, no bottom. It's infinite. Our own nature is infinite. And out of that, energy ceaselessly arises. We're just connected. But, of course, when we walk down the street, hopes and fears, liking, disliking occurs. So, part of the practice, the preliminary practice, is to observe, how do I limit myself? How do I tie myself in knots? How do I turn my face away from the world? And look again and again, what am I trying to protect? What is it in me that feels so incredibly vulnerable? I mean, of course, our body is vulnerable. If you walk across the road without looking and a car hits you, you'll not be in good nick. That's just a fact. This flesh and blood body is very easy to destroy. One has to take care here we're not talking about foolishly just leaping into situations, but rather thinking of the more subtle moments where we pull back. We don't open ourselves. We want to keep something in reserve, something for me. And why? Because certainly in my own life, my experience is that when I've done that, afterwards I felt very sorry. Because whatever I've hung on to, especially for me, it sort of turns sour. It sort of rots. I mean, what am I going to do with it? It's so much better to live one's life in contact. I don't know if that speaks to your experience. Because sufficient unto the day. The whole idea of, or the experience as it can be, of the Dharmakaya is that it's like a wellspring. It's the source. And each moment a new freshness will arrive. So if you live your life keeping a kind of doggy bag, an extra little bit for you, the curry you take home and you reheat it the next day, you think, oh, why did I bother? Okay, I'll say just a little bit. So that's the basic principles of refuge. So taking refuge, in the tantric tradition, we do that with the support of making prostrations. Prostrations are very important. We make full body prostrations, not as a way of permanently abasing ourselves, not as a way of saying, I'm inferior, I am less than, but as a way of honoring that which we are going to be. If you say you're at school and you think A-levels are a waste of time, they're just rubbish, why would you bother studying? You have to think, oh, I really want to get these because I want to do that and I want to do that, so this is useful. And if you can believe that something's useful, it mobilizes your energy. This is the basis for prostrations. If you can believe that the Buddhas, the Bodhisattvas have value, and you say, I think you are wonderful, you have these qualities, when you then go into the tantric practice and you visualize these deities, and then they come and dissolve into you, and you become inseparable from them, it's amazing. You have a real transformation. Because that which was not you, that which was so shining, so bright, so wonderful, is now coming together with you, and your nature and the nature of the deity have become inseparable. But if you're saying, well, not so sure, seems like a nice idea, but every time you flatten it, what will it mean? So prostrations are about joining the Buddha fan club. If you go to a gig and there are people there who really like the band, and they've got the t-shirt and they're really into it and they sing along to all the songs, and you've never seen them before, I think we would agree they're more into it. They probably get more out of it, because it's their world. And that's what the practice of taking refuge is about. It's not about joining a cult or a sect. It's about being so caught up and involved in something that it starts to show its value. I mean, there are people who travel around Britain going to see different ABBA lookalike bands. I mean, that is a devotional activity, isn't it? That shows great love for the original ABBA, so much so that you're prepared to go and watch copy bands that aren't all that great. What does that mean? It means that presumably at a certain period in these people's lives, they got really touched. These songs really meant something to them. They felt more alive. And it's very important to see that the practice of the Dharma and the practice of ordinary life are not so different. Getting involved in the practice is just the same as people getting involved in football. That is to say, the human aspect of our experience is the same. We invest our energy, we invest our belief, we become excited. When people are going to a big match and they paint their faces and they go in, they see their heroes coming out of the tunnel, tears come out their eyes. It says in the traditional Tibetan Buddhist text, when you hear the name of your teacher, your eyes should open, tears should come out, the hairs on the back of your neck should bristle. It's the same thing. It means, wow. That's what it means, wow. It means, I see value in that. So when you do your prostrations, you see value there, and then in the practice you integrate with the object of value. You become the one that you idealize, which is a way of leaving all the limits and restrictions of your ordinary identity and being reborn through the object of your devotion into your own nature. That is to say, it is only through being reborn in the womb of the Great Mother that we become born as Buddhas. You can't make yourself a Buddha. But whether it's Padmasambhava or Tara or Chenrezig, any of the devotional deities, by putting your whole heart and soul and being into them, you see them as shimmering, as full of value. And because of that, you're not distracted by anything else. So without effort, your own faith has given you a one-pointed attention. You could spend years and years and years observing the breath going in and out of your nostrils, and your mind would still be distracted. But when you bring up the love of your heart, it's much easier to focus your attention. That's why they say that Tantra is a superior method to implement the basic Mahayana position. So it's using all your emotions, all your feelings into the task of integrating yourself into the absolute identity with the deity, and through that you are transformed and reborn, and you start to believe, my nature is radiant. Moment by moment I am manifesting out of the unborn space. Every sound I hear is mantra. Everything I say is mantra. Every taste is bliss and emptiness. Every movement I make is the gesture of the deity. That's what coming into this relationship is. So Sangha is part of that, because it's saying you're already part of the world. The whole of Buddhism is saying, don't live on your little island. It's terribly lonely. It's very sad. Come in, the water's lovely. And anyway, you're in the water. You're just living in a little barrel. You're bobbing about on the water. In the barrel you can't move and there's nothing to eat. Come in the water. Oh, the water's very dangerous. Maybe not. Maybe not. So, the Bodhisattva vow is about recognizing all sentient beings have been my mother. I have an obligation to them, and in all my future lives, I will work for the benefit of others. The essence of the vow is its infinity. It's not linked or limited. We're not saying just for this life. We're not saying as long as the going's good. We're not saying until I retire. We're saying all my life. On my deathbed, as I'm dying, I will remember all sentient beings. Wow, there's something. I won't be thinking about myself and all I'm leaving. I'll be thinking, may all beings be happy. Imagine if that was your last thought when you died. Wouldn't that be lovely? Rather than thinking, oh, I don't want to die. You're going to die anyway. I don't want to die. It's like, ugh. It's just shrinking thought, isn't it? It's full of turbulence and trouble. It's full of feeling diminished. May all beings be happy. When we walk down the street, may all beings be happy. That's really the heart of the Bodhisattva vow. I will do whatever I can for the sake of all beings. Whatever I can means it stands in relation to my own capacity. For all beings means I won't make a differentiation between friends and enemies. That is to say, I am going to leave the realm of the contract. If I help you, I know you, and I know that you will help me back. So we'll both keep our little scorecard. Lots of people do that. You might go to the pub and you think, I'll buy you a drink. You bought me one last week, so I'll get, they've got a little kind of auditor in their head. If you take the Bodhisattva vow, you get rid of contracts. You get rid of boomerangs. You just think, I'm for you. Whether you're for me or not, doesn't matter. I'm for you because I'm for you. But why? What would you get out of it? What would I want to get out of it? I'm for you. But how can you do that? Won't you deplete your own resources? How will you have enough if you give everything to everyone else? Well, again, if you are a small pot, if you are a limited container like this, it will be very hard because you will come to a limit. And of course our physical body can get exhausted. What we're talking about here is the quality of the heart. It doesn't mean that you have to give up, sell all your possessions and become homeless. That is useful for some people, but for most people it's important to continue with your family, your job, and so on. It's about opening the heart just to feel, I'm for you. I'm for you. Even if you turn anger towards me, I'm for you. It's about non-retaliation, or if you like, turning the other cheek. But in the Buddhist sense, it's not so much turning the other cheek as returning to space. So if somebody attacks us or insults us, in that moment, who am I? Because it is really impossible to develop the Bodhisattva vow if you have no understanding of emptiness. Because as long as we stay as an individual, I, me, myself, with my history, my likes, my dislikes, someone's going to get to me. I'm going to get really hacked off. What? You get that resistance, that tightening up. How dare you? Huh? You've insulted me. Well, of course the people have. Why wouldn't they insult you? They're all daft. They're zombies. What do you expect? This is samsara. It's not the Garden of Eden. People will be horrible. Why surprised? Why are we surprised? People have the 5 poisons: stupidity, aversion, attachment, desire, envy, pride, and many, many more. So why would people not insult you or give you a hard time? Why would the parking attendant not listen to reason? Why did they insist on writing the ticket even though you had arrived at your car? Because they're like that. They're in a bad mood. Who cares? That's what they are. How are you going to be? Will we be reactive? In which case, anybody we meet will be our master. Anybody we meet will be the dog and we'll be the little tail. Boop, 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 boop. So, emptiness is to understand all the personality traits we have, all the hopes and fears we have, all the positions we have are contingent, that is to say, arising due to causes and conditions, and ephemeral. They won't continue. They won't last. It's just this moment. Would you attack this person just this moment? Would you insult this person just for this moment? This person who has been your mother in a previous life, who has made so many sacrifices for you. Children often do that. They get really hacked off with their mom. But I don't need to do that. Why aren't you? I hate you. I hate you. This is the person that made your breakfast. This is the person that does your washing. I hate you. I don't want to live in this house. I never wanted you as my mom. You're useless. Oh, okay. Go down the road, go to the shop, and buy yourself a mum. Here's £2. Go and buy yourself a mum. See how you get on. This is one of the functions of all these Dharma practices is to act as a stick that stirs the bottom of the pond. The more we have an aspiration, the more we realize all the shit at the bottom of the pond, all the crap inside ourselves that stops us fulfilling it. That's why it's important to overleap yourself, to bite off more than you can chew. If you bite off more than you can chew, what happens? You get a mouthful of stuff and it looks horrible. That's quite useful. Oh, I've still got a lot of work to do. If you waited until you were ready to take the Bodhisattva vow, you'd never do it. Because you'd have to be at the end of the journey before you began it. We begin it not very ready. And part of the journey is betraying other people, letting them down, getting confused. But open, release, begin again. Open, release, begin again. I'm sorry. It's a wonderful practice to apologize from the heart. Because not only does the other person feel seen, but you recognize your own limitation. So the Bodhisattva vow, when we develop it, is a functional practice which helps us to see the ossification, the drying up, the calcification, the way in which we become solid and we develop the shell around us, and to just keep moving and shaking it up. And a certain point in this is, don't be afraid of making mistakes. Mistakes are part of life. If you act, you will make mistakes. Is it better to make a mistake? Imagine the Good Samaritan. Here's this guy lying at the side of the road. He's not very well. He takes him to a hotel and says, I have to go on my journey, but I'll give you the money to feed him. And they give him this food. And when the guy comes back to health, he says, I'm a vegan. Oh, we've given you nothing but beef soup. Huh? It's like that. You help people with the resources you have. It's not always going to fit. Sometimes it will be helpful, sometimes it won't. Getting it wrong is part of participation. It's a whole fantasy that these lovely shiny Tibetan pictures make, is that these guys always get it right. But we are in this world where lots of things are wrong. And that's part of it, is what is my self-hatred? Can I recognize it? What is my aspiration to help? So when I make a mistake, I can recognize it and apologize it, but I don't need to add on the self-hatred. In the morning we were looking at the difference between sort of ordinary pain and the Buddhist notion of suffering, that the suffering is something you add on. You will always make mistakes. We don't always say the right thing. We can upset people in various ways. Different people have different needs and we don't always get it right. That doesn't mean that you're betraying the Bodhisattva vow. Because in the Buddhist tradition, the meaning of any act is determined by its intention, not by its outcome. Now, there are many different readings of that in other philosophical systems and so on, but it's very important. If your heart is true, you try your best, and sometimes you'll get it wrong. You can just apologize, be open-minded, and continue. But don't give up hope in your good intention. So Bodhisattva vow is very important. A Bodhisattva means, the term itself, Bodhi means awakening, and Sattva means being. It simply means that your being is connected fundamentally with the project of awakening. It arises from saying, the reason I'm here, what I'm about as a person, is to help awakening, to bring about my own awakening and the awakening of other beings. Now, that's different from helping people. Feeding people is very good. Helping people who are sick, helping people who are distressed, that is very good. But that won't necessarily help them awaken. How do you help people awaken? Well, if you've never awakened yourself, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't even know what it was like. So, part of the Bodhisattva path is to understand wisdom as a basis for compassion. The two things, in the traditional example, they're like the two wings of a bird. They have to be in harmony. Most of us have, tried to be reasonable people in our lives. So in that sense, we know a reasonable bit about compassion. We may not be very good at it, but at least, we do our best to help people. So one wing is reasonably well developed. What we don't have very much of is wisdom. Wisdom is about emptiness. Seeing that when you make your Lego castle, it's just pieces of Lego. And it's a castle, and it's just Lego. There is an emptiness to the castle, which doesn't mean there's no castle at all. There is a castle, but there's no castle. And we apply this to every aspect of life. There is a hospital, there's no hospital. There is a patient, there's no patient. There are children, there are no children. Things are there and not there simultaneously. It's the same if you go to the cinema and you see a film. If it's, say, for example, an action film, you get very drawn into it and you see these cars coming into, think they're going to crash. What is in front of you? A white screen with bits of coloured light going onto it. That's what you're seeing. But no, you feel you are seeing cars. Suspending disbelief, getting caught up in the narrative, getting caught up in the image, that's necessary for art. You have to surrender yourself into it. Buddhism is about not suspending this disbelief. It's about maintaining disbelief. Not the disbelief of, I'll have nothing to do with it, it's all a poison chalice. But a deconstructive disbelief that says, this is an illusion. I can be in it and out of it, in it and out of it. Then, when you go to help someone, you don't take your helping so seriously. And if the person doesn't want the help that you've offered them, it just dissolves into space. It wasn't so invested. It's when things are too concrete, when you've gone to great trouble to do it, then you can feel that obligation. I used to remember that as a kid. We get these Christmas presents from some old auntie somewhere. And I would say, well, I don't like it and I don't want it. My mum would say, well, you have to write a thank you letter. I said, well, what am I thanking her for? I don't want it. I never asked for it. It's stupid. But you have to thank her. So, emptiness means everything has the same nature, which is empty. And the values that we ascribe to things come from ourselves. That is a really important thing. You can find it again and again. You just need to go along to a shop, I don't know, to rent a DVD. And you're standing there looking at all these covers, and someone comes up and they take something off the shelf, and you think, wow, you're daft. Why are they going to look at that? They're going to look at that because they're them. You walk down the street and you see someone driving a car, and you think, what are you driving that for? Because they're them. Other people are other. They're not you. And your values doesn't tell you anything about the other person. That's where emptiness is really important. Emptiness says, oh, with your Lego set, you've made a little Barbie doll. Why would you want to do that? I've made a killer soldier. Don't you want to have a killer soldier? No, I want to have a Barbie doll. Well, you're stupid, aren't you? Well, that's because you're not the same as me. So, if compassion is going to work, it means we're going to have to connect with people who are not us. And if we go towards them from our little box of our assumptions and value systems, we're not going to get very far. In the name of compassion, we're going to be carrying out some colonizing gesture. We're going to be seeking to pull them into our world because we believe our values are right. And this is why in Buddhism, emptiness is so important, because it lets us see the conventional or the constructed or the assumptive or imagined nature of what we take to be true. And we think, oh, it's just my take on it. It has no internal truth. It's my life. This is what I want to buy. This is what I want to eat. This is how I'm going to live. But it doesn't tell me anything about how to connect with other people. So connecting with others is going to take me out of myself. And that connection out of myself is going to put myself into question, which is why compassion supports wisdom. But in order to move towards others, unless I've got a looseness in myself, I'm going to be like a rubber band. As I move towards them, the band will get stretched and stretched, and at a certain point, ping, you come back into something. Oh, I've had enough. This person's making me feel really weird. So you're still looking at them in terms of your home base. Can you leave home and launch yourself truly into the world of the other? In that way, wisdom and compassion flow together, and then the Bodhisattva vow takes on its deep meaning. And you can see, I hope, how this is a very profound preliminary practice that supports exactly the Dzogchen view that everything is pure from the very beginning. In a sense, the Dzogchen view says your nature is pure, and all these thoughts and so on that are arising, they vanish by themselves. And yet, when we sit in the meditation, some thoughts seem incredibly sticky. They seem to attach themselves to everything they come in contact with. And so the preliminary practice is just, it's like if you don't clean your frying pan or something, it gets all this grease around the outside of it. And then you need to get a real scouring pad to get the layers of scud off. Otherwise it's tacky every time you touch it. Ugh. And that's what these habitual invested thoughts are like. They're very greasy. So it's not that they are purifying your nature. From the very beginning, our nature is completely pure. What they're doing is thinning the level of obscuration so that we come to a point where we can directly see obscurations are the radiance of the Dharmakaya. What you thought was getting in the way of your life was your life. This is it. This is the unfolding, imaginable, unimaginable world, the radiance of all these Buddhas, and it manifests as going to Tesco's. It doesn't look like the pictures. It's like a holiday brochure, isn't it? The hotel's never the one you saw in the picture. Shall we take a wee cup of tea? Okay, so if we do this 3-hour practice again. Okay. So one of the things we've been looking at is the relationship between what we take to be me and what we take to be not me. So for example, we take our body to be me and we take other people's bodies to be not me. and we take our thoughts and our feelings to be ourselves, and we take states of very openness to be somewhat strange experiences. And the various Buddhist paths are all saying part of our problem is that we have misconstrued these two categories. What is actually me is this unborn openness, this ever-fresh state of awareness. And what is not me is this tumbling change of thoughts and feelings and sensations. But due to attachment and ignorance, we identify with the thoughts and feelings and say, this is me, although they're ungraspable and always running away. And because of that, we don't pay attention to the intrinsic openness of how we are. So in that practice, when we do the 3R and we relax, I think for most of us, very quickly, thoughts and feelings come in and we find ourselves identified with them. And this feels like us. It feels familiar, it feels true, it feels how things are. But it's not me. Who we actually are is that more that first sense with the 3R, just nothing at all. Ungraspable and yet there, because our awareness is there. We're not dead, we're not unconscious, but we're not there as something, as this or that, as good, as bad, as male, female, young, old, whatever it is. It's beyond characterization, beyond particularization, and yet it's just there. So an essential part of the path is to free ourselves from the familiar identifications with things which are not me, in order to have more space to become me. And in the tantric preliminary practices, part of that is through the offering of the mandala. Mandala here means the ordinary mandala of the world. Mandala just means circle, really. Mandala is a coming together of factors. It's a kind of shape. In a sense, it's like a gestalt. It's something which appears to have an integrity. So we offer, according to the tradition, you offer the world as constructed in Indian cosmology. In the center of the world there is a vast mountain called Mount Meru, and around it there are 4 major continents, then 8 minor continents with different kinds of seas around them, and then you have rings of iron mountains and so on. So you imagine the whole universe and you offer that. For most of us that doesn't mean very much, because we don't really live in a world that's like that. So best is, first thing, offer something you don't need and you don't have and maybe you don't want. I always start with America. I've never been to America, and I hope in all my future lives I'm not born there. So for me, offering America is dead easy. Offering Scotland's a bit more difficult. So generally, if you start by offering your friends toys, that's a very nice way to begin. Offer their bicycle. Keep your own to the last. In that way you get used to seeing that what we're attached to is, of course, not just our possessions, but our possessions as they stand in relation to other people's possessions. Because, say, when I was young, I always wanted to go to India and I never wanted to go to North America. So, but in some ways the value of India was that it wasn't like North America. Having never been to North America, I have no idea what it's really like, but it was the construct in my head. So usually when something is being valued, something else is being undervalued. There's a kind of splitting and projection going on. So in terms of this tantric offering, we keep offering everything. We offer, generally speaking, the things which we like and which are enjoyable. So we offer beautiful food, We offer nice houses, we offer swimming pools, we offer ease and attention, we offer the best doctors and so on. We offer whatever could be pleasing and heartwarming. And we do this again and again and again. That is to say, we take all the objects that we might want to identify with and say, this is me, this is my world, this is what I'm for. And through the offering of them, we say, this was me, but it's now no longer me. This was me, it's now no longer me. It's one thing to do that when you go to the toilet. The food that comes out of your body as poo was once you. You were your poo. But now it goes down the loo. Bye-bye. Huh? But it was you. It was in your body. It was part of you. So every day we take food which is not me and we stick it in our mouth, and then gradually it becomes me. And then it becomes poo in the loo. Bye-bye. We do this all the time. You breathe in, the air is not me, becomes me, becomes not me. All the time. All the time. This is the nature of our existence. Me, not me. Me, not me. Fusion, separation. Fusion, separation. So when we do this mandala offering, we're attending to this process. Internalization, identification, introjection, and then disassociation, cutting off, splitting, projection, separating off. These are the primary functions of our identification in the world. In terms of most modern psychotherapy theories, particularly Kleinian and post-Kleinian theory, it's very clearly identified how these things operate. So when you offer the mandala, everything which could be you, you offer. And then you can continue to offer everything which is absolutely not you. And by being able to offer these two equally, you come to see that there's no real difference. Having offered your possessions, you can then offer your body. You can offer your eyes, your ears, your heart, and so on. But who would I be if I didn't have a body? Well, when we do the 3R meditation, if you really go into that, you don't have a body. What you experience is the immediacy of the currents of energy arising and passing, which create these momentary constructs. The mind itself is stable and open and grounded, and these temporary phenomena are creating patterns which come and go, come and go. Most of the time, that's not what we have. Most of the time, we have, this is me. So this body itself, this precious body that we spend so much time taking care of, is actually part of the world. In some of the texts, it's described as a rented body or a borrowed body, that we borrow our body from the 5 elements. Earth, water, fire, wind and space come together and create this structure. And at a certain point, when we move towards death, they will disband. Just as a corpse, if you leave it, will start to crumble, it will rot. When the police find bodies that have been dead for a while, they're blown up, they're bloated, because the internal corruption means the air element is coming out. And that's what happens. So, offering our body means I am not this body. Also, I don't have this body. I mean, we're used to nowadays with computers and so on having possessions that we haven't a clue about how they operate. People say, oh, this is my car, but if it breaks down, they don't know what to do. So you have a computer. It's your computer, but you manage to press a few buttons on it and ping and get an email, but that's about it for most people. So we're used to being very stupid owners of possessions. But number one stupid owner is of your body. You haven't a clue how it functions. It's got all these amazing things inside and you just hope that it's fine. But the body is not a possession. The body is you, but in a non-reductive way. That is to say, your body is a dynamic, energetic radiance arising moment by moment as the joyful display of the Dharmakaya. It's not a thing. One arm, one leg, one nod of the head, keep moving. Yeah, it's like that. This is who I am, this is what my body does. And as children we get inducted into this thing. It's my body, it's me, and we fight in the playground, we want to be good at running and so on. And everything in our culture is saying, this is your true nature. But actually, the body is always ungraspable. It changes by itself. At a certain point we feel very tired and we have to go to sleep. We don't decide that we are tired. The body is tired. We wake up and we think, oh, my back's a bit sore. But it's not my back's a bit sore. Sensation is arising onto which we put that story. If we stay close to the body as direct experience, which you can develop an awareness of through things like Tai Chi and Shiatsu and Qigong and so on, moment by moment, the body is revealing itself in different ways. It's never an entity. Which means offering the body is helping you to awaken to the sense the body is a display, just as this whole room is a display. So at first when we offer the mandala, there's me offering things. I'm real, the things are real, and I truly offer them to the Buddha. But the more we do the practice, we want to come to see that the things we offer are actually moments of experience. We wrap them, just as if you give someone a present, usually you wrap it in nice paper. We take the direct experience of the world and we wrap it in concepts and we say, here you are. But actually, when you get a present, you take off the wrapping paper to get to the present. You don't take the wrapping paper and say, God, this is gorgeous, and throw the present away. That would be a bit silly. But that's what we do all the time. We hang on to the concept and let the experience go. This is tragic. Then, the more we offer, we see we don't need any wrapping paper at all. It's this immediacy. So when you're walking down the street, every step you make, your body's slightly turning. As it is, the visual field is opening up differently. Instantly offering this, instantly offering the sensation of your feet, the movement of your shoulders, the sense of the breath coming and going. Everything which arises is the ceaseless flow of offering arising from the unborn Dharmakaya into the unborn Dharmakaya. Just as it says in the Dzogchen text, you should meditate sky to sky. Your mind is like the sky. Whatever is arising is just like rainbows and clouds moving in the sky. Sky meets sky with this interface of material, in the same way offering everything all the time. Sounds like this. We say it's a car, but really it's a Buddha have a and Buddha says, fantastic, I haven't had one of these for a while. Everybody offers me cars. What am I going to do with a car? We don't have cars in Buddha land. But they're incredibly useful. So in that way, trying to stay open, relaxed. And the idea of offering, again, is no reward, no contract, not waiting for any expectation back. I can give away everything, and then I will have nothing. And because I have nothing, I will be freed from the need for something. If you write your letter to Santa Claus, dear Santa, please give me Santa sometimes doesn't understand English very well, so he might bring the wrong thing. That is to say, the more clearly defined your hopes are, the more determined you are to get something, often it is the more you set yourself up for heartache. Do you think that's true? Somehow hanging loose and being able to work with what comes is probably a better basis for happiness. So in that way, when we offer, and we offer everything, now we have nothing. Well, remember the old saying, beggars can't be choosers? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Give us this day our daily bread. No expectation, no demand. Then you can be grateful for whatever you get. You say, oh, what is this that's coming? Well, this is the radiance of the unborn Dharmakaya. Looks like cheese. Smells like cheese. But today, the Dharmakaya is coming in the form of cheese. Isn't that amazing? How do they do it? It must be modern packaging. Everything is luminous. Everything is radiant if you're with it. You know? When you wake up in the morning and you have your first cup of tea, it's very nice because it's familiar. But it's also fresh. So, there you have the choice. Do I go towards the familiarity? Oh, that's good. That's just what I needed. Or, you can have both. If you stay with the freshness, you still get the reassurance, but you're in touch with the unborn nature, the freshness of the experience. The same with everything. You bite into an apple. You cook something. Maybe you cook an omelette. You've probably eaten lots of omelettes in your life. But at this moment, in this way, the knife cuts into it and it's slightly soft and you feel the sponginess on the outside. And when you get through that layer that's been hardened by the contact with the oil, it suddenly gets softer. Oh. And so the movement of your shoulder. And that's your life. And what is that? Where is that coming from? Well, if you have nothing, it's coming from nothing, because everything else is gone. Hasn't got anywhere else to come from. When we do this 3R, everything open, it's coming from nothing. Some of us in the past have done this pet practice, where we make sound very strongly and use it to free the mind from any thoughts and constructs. And in that state, there's nothing. And then thoughts come. So where do they come from? If there's truly nothing, if that moment of openness is infinite, that is to say, not finite, not limited, there is no boundary to it. If there is no boundary to it, it can't be imported from somewhere else. It comes from inside the emptiness. And this is the central understanding of Tantra and Dzogchen. All phenomena are the flowers or the rainbows or the radiance of emptiness itself. That is to say, there is no substance anywhere. Everything is truly an illusion. So what you've got is the immediate vibrancy of just this. And it's coming, and it's coming, and it's coming. And it never stops. And if you're in it, not trying to secure it, not trying to cut it up, not trying to make it familiar, how free that is. Because it comes as it comes. But you now are also empty. So if we think back to the image earlier about a room, if you have a room with a lot of furniture in it, what you can do with it is very limited. Because the furniture will be determining the usage. But if you just have an empty space, you can do anything in it. That's why in the theater the stage is so important. You take all the props off, you just have the space, the open space. Anything is possible in that space. In the same way, when we offer everything, we're just an open space. Then we can become everything. So hopefully you can see again how wisdom and compassion are working together. You get rid of your assumptions, you get rid of the limiting thoughts about who you are and what you can do and what you can't do. and then you just get on with it. You just get on with it. How do we do that? By just being out. If you have to take care of somebody who's sick, maybe it's somebody who you are closely connected with, maybe your mother or your father, and they're old, and maybe you have to bathe them, or you have to, if they've messed themselves, you have to wipe this excreta and so on off their body. And you might think, oh, I can't do that, it's my dad, it's my mum. But there's somebody in front of you who needs help. So who needs help? This person. Who is this person? Somebody who needs help. So if you stay in your category, you feel this reservation. How could I? You know, there's some kind of taboo of role relations in the family. But here's the need, and you just go into that. And it's the same way that the more definitions and decisions we have about who we are, the less freedom we have to respond to the situation in the world. So, offering the mandala, the sun, the moon, the planets, the mountains, the seas, the cities, the countries, the motor cars, the food, the clothing, everything, everything, everything. Then you find a kind of freedom. In the higher tantric practices, in the offerings that they have, they also offer human meat, dog meat, feces, urine, and so on. These are not the normal things that you would think are a nice offering. You wouldn't want to offer them to the vicar. But why are they offered? They're offered to help you move beyond your categorization of saying, this is disgusting. Ugh. Ugh. I don't like this. This is horrible. Ugh, this is filthy. How could you? How could you? How could you means, in my system of categories, I allocate the value of disgusting. Therefore, this is truly disgusting, and therefore one shouldn't do that. So we know where we stand. Except, what are we standing on? Concepts. It doesn't mean that you should actually offer people horrible things. And please don't kill local dogs. It's not very nice. It's not about doing these things externally. It's not a kind of macho heroic thing, like becoming some kind of blood brother or doing some kind of strange bonding ritual. It's about examining your own mind and seeing, what is my fear? What is my inhibition? How does that grasping, that feeling this is impossible, how does that stop me recognizing my own innate freedom? And also, how does it stop me being open to respond to other people? In the London Underground at the moment, there are some adverts from a charity. I can't remember the name of it, but it's an organization for people who have very intense facial disfigurement. And they have these photos of people with completely mangled and distorted faces. And you can really look at these pictures. They're very interesting, because usually people with these kind of faces, I certainly don't see them in my streets. So there's something about, what is that urge to turn away? The horror of seeing someone's face. And then you see these eyes looking out. Oh, but ugh. And it's exactly that, isn't it? You know, if you have a disfigurement, always you're encountering people's revulsion. And we, maybe not in these cases, but we all, I'm sure, have some degree of revulsion to certain kinds of people. We may feel it for people who murder or who attack children, who do all sorts of activities, or who look in particular ways. Now, from the Buddhist point of view, all of these beings have been your own mother. How could that be possible? How could somebody who has been my mother be a pedophile? Well, due to the turning of karma, people end up in many limited, distorted positions. How can I remain open and believe that somebody has an infinite potential, even if that has got wrapped in some particular shaping which seems so dense, so intense, so perverted that you might want to think, well, I don't want to be there. In your work, you might be working with people who are dangerous. Maybe they're in prison or forensic units, people who've caused trouble, who've murdered, who've harmed, and who might even exalt in cruelty. They might have no guilt or insight into what they do. And we might say, oh, this is the kind of person society wants to lock up and throw away the key. We want nothing to do with them. But it's a central question in any spiritual path. How do you relate to people who have behaved in ways that take them beyond? Because they challenge us to what is the limit of our compassion. That is to say, in this Buddhist frame, can I bring my wisdom and compassion together to have the wisdom to see both the emptiness of the situation and the dependent origination structure out of which this terrible deed has been done, because the deed is still terrible. If somebody's raped and murders a child, that's terrible. That's absolutely terrible. But the person still has the Buddha nature. So you have to work with the limitation of the behavior and the infinite potential. The danger, of course, is that we split the two. In staff teams in these kind of units, usually somebody sees the victim in the offender and the other person sees only the offender, and then everything gets into conflict and they get different responses from people. The best exit from that is to look at yourself. If we don't know our own cruelty, if we don't know our own selfishness, the big danger is we'll project this onto other people. That's one of the benefits of meditation, is that when we just relax and sit, all kinds of stuff arise in ourselves. Hatreds, envy, murderous feelings, sexual feelings, and so on. And we have to think, oh, if this was to come into activity, what difficulty and turbulence this could make. So I have all the fuel ready to create chaos in the world. My task is to link this knotted energy back into its own ground of openness that will let the knots untie. Because the desire to kill someone, the desire to say, I hate you, I don't care about you. You think of what that is. It's such an assertion, it's such an upwelling of energy. No object, because all my life people have been coming at me, they've been pissing on me, they've been giving me a hard time. Well, I don't care. Subject says, my freedom depends on the annihilation of the object. From a Buddhist point of view, tears should fall from our eyes. We say, oh brother, oh sister, oh yeah, of course, we understand. But you have the wrong method. Killing the object doesn't free the subject. If you want to be free, kill the subject, don't kill the object. You killed the wrong one. Look in your own mind. Look at this mangled turmoil and chaos. Cut. I'm not that. Then you're peaceful. This is not suicide. This is radically cutting the root of ignorance, recognizing I am not these impulses. It's the same, isn't it, when there are many young people nowadays who cut themselves. They feel some turmoil and pain inside, they feel upset and distressed, and they don't know what to do. So they can end up easily getting into a situation where they attack themselves. Because by making an incision into the body, through various mechanisms, there's a kind of release. It helps to shift gear. You go into an altered state and so on. We can understand why they would do that, but it's a very poor method. You can learn much better methods, kinder methods, more gentle methods. It's exactly the same thing. It's exactly what the Buddha said. Everywhere, all beings want to be happy, but they do nothing but create the causes of their own unhappiness. People don't, I think, as far as I know, they don't run around doing dreadful things because they want to have suffering themselves. They're trying to free themselves from suffering. But these are very ineffective and stupid methods. So, coming back to the idea of the mandala offering, the more we offer outer forms and inner conceptualizations, the more loose we can feel. But then we have to offer our shadow. We have to explore and know all the darkest parts of ourselves. Our cruelty, our greed, our laziness, our hatred. Be aware of this and then offer this as well. The Buddhas don't mind. They're quite able to cope with our anger. They're not going to be frightened of it. What we have to believe is that this is something we can offer. That is to say, one of the things that keeps us bad is secrecy. Are you more likely to do a bad thing if you can get away with it than if you're likely to have your name in the newspapers? I think that's called a rhetorical question, because it's pretty obvious, isn't it? Secrecy makes us bad. I remember at school we had to do these exercises in précis, and we did them on these essays of Addison and Steele. And one of the essays was about a bishop who was traveling in a carriage, and it was in the early trains, and he's sitting in the first class compartment, but then he became very, very ill, and they had to take him to hospital. And in the hospital they found he had a second class ticket. Because if you're a bishop, you don't expect anyone to ask you for your tickets. Oh, please. That's what people do. We try to get away with it. Try to get away with it. What makes us dangerous is that we cheat ourselves. If we didn't cheat ourselves, we wouldn't be cheating other people. Do you think that's true? What does it mean to cheat yourself? It means to compartmentalize yourself and have little areas inside, a bit like, again, the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. We do things kind of out of focus. The person who creates chaos is not the person who creates, who has to be accountable. Recently somebody was, this person had been with a friend in a bar and drunk a lot, celebrating something, and then he left the bar and he didn't go to the toilet first, so he was standing in the bus stop and he decided he needed a pee. So he went up and pissed on the wall of a restaurant. And a waiter came out from the restaurant and shouted at him, so he hit the waiter. So then more waiters came out and they called the police, so he was taken to the police station. And when he came into the hospital, he was completely furious. He said, how dare they? How dare they arrest me? I'm a good person. And the therapist is trying to say, well, you know, pissing on someone's wall in public is probably not going to make people like you very much. Yeah, but they shouldn't have. Yeah, but they shouldn't have. So there you can see very clearly the part of the person who feels disinhibited and free just to do what they like is not the whole person. The person who gets the consequence is not the person who was pissing on the wall. That's the important thing, isn't it? And that's what it means to recognize your own shadow. That unless you get to know the whole of you, all the different aspects, it's very difficult to free yourself up. Which is why when we do the meditation and you start to fall asleep, or you get bored, or you go off on a fantasy, this is very, very useful and helpful. This is not that you're bad at meditating, it's just that you're reluctant to know who you are. You are a lazy fantasist. You are just out to lunch. you're not nearly as clear as who you think you are. You know, when you're on the ball, doing your work, doing this and that, we have a sense of clarity. But as soon as you relax a bit, you see all this stuff. I mean, this is what the Freudian unconscious is all about. Just weird stuff. Now, this is us. So, the more you can know this about how you get lost, your lostness is part of your foundness. Instead of trying to get rid of it, this is me too. All the dark thoughts that might come, all the strange mental states, this is me. They're not an obstacle to my path to glory. They are my path to glory. This is the path. Knowing I am lazy, I am dull, I'm not interested in this. What am I doing here? I'd rather be somewhere else. All these different kinds of thoughts. This is how my mind functions. I say yes, then I mean no. I say no, but somehow I keep doing it. What is this? Oh, this is the unity of samsara and nirvana. This is the nature of duality as it arises. We are divided against ourselves. And the only way to stop being divided against yourself is to allow all the bits of yourself. Most of the time, we don't do this. We think, I know how to stop being divided against myself. I'll find the bad bits and get rid of them. Does that work? Maybe not. Because the bad bits are mixed in with the good bits. They're just brother and sister. They're so close together. Most of us wouldn't like to do a DIY appendectomy. It would be a bit difficult. In the same way, trying to cut bits out of your psyche. I must be a good boy. I must be a good boy. It's the sort of thing I had to do at school. Lines, write out 100 times. I will not cause trouble. I will not cause trouble. I will not cause trouble. At the end of which you're so angry and pissed off, you're just ready for mayhem. So, in the same way, in the meditation, whatever is bad and limited, stay with it. Don't try to push it away. Don't fall into it. Stay close to, present with that experience, and you will start to see that it is impermanent and it will go by itself. But the more you try to correct yourself and improve yourself, the more you're likely just to get tied in more knots. This is the Dzogchen approach to this. In some of the other Buddhist traditions, they would say, no, whenever you find you have a bad thought, you should immediately recognize this and pray to the Buddhas for help never to have such thoughts again. That's also possible. But that's to say, I have to get rid of this. That's nice on an interactive social level, but for real meditators, when you really look at your mind, it's not the mind you wanted. The mind you've got is the only mind you have. You can't get a mind transplant. This is your mind. How your mind is the limit of your existence. If you have anger, you got to work with that anger. If you're jealous, you got to work with that jealousy. If you're by nature stupid and stubborn and always want to get your own way, that's the coal face for you. And if you deny who you are, how will you be able to be integrated? And then, of course, if you're in a blindness towards yourself, a denial towards yourself, the very idea that you could help other people is a bit silly. Because who's going to be helping them? Somebody who is frightened of themselves. So the mandala offering is something very deep. It's not just about practicing generosity, but it's about learning to fully welcome and embrace all of oneself, and to feel that all of that is a worthy offering for the Buddha. Because the Buddha, this Buddha here, for example, is already quite at home with everything. The Buddha's not worried about anything. That's the whole thing, isn't it? The Buddha's not making discriminations of good, bad, right, wrong. He's just saying, oh yeah, that's that. You know, in some of the Tibetan paintings that they have of the Buddha at the moment of enlightenment, he's attacked by demons who are throwing spears and firing arrows at him, and he's being tempted by people who are being sexually provocative towards him. He doesn't have to annihilate the object. He just releases himself from that. He releases his fear, which is linked with releasing his anger, and he releases his desire. He's just saying, oh, that's there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So what? Then he's free. Tibetans have a saying that it's better to cover your own feet with leather than to try to cover the whole road. And you imagine what moralizing positions are about. He's always trying to say, if only everyone behaved in this way. Why can't we all get together and then we'll do it this way and then it'll all be fine? But it never quite works out. Put the leather on your own feet, being tolerant, and then offer everything to the Buddha. Are there any thoughts or questions about that or any of the other things we've done so far?
I'm beginning to have some sort of intellectual understanding about how the ngondro and the Dzogchen might fit together in terms of, for instance, paying attention to what you think and do, because that has consequences for yourself and other people, but also recognizing that's not who you ultimately are. I have a lot more confusion, I think, when it actually comes to putting things into practice, because doing the ngondro, I have the sense of, say, positive actions and negative actions, and that gives a sense of kind of direction and structure, and it feels like if I'm doing more positive actions and less negative actions, I'm more likely to bring about causes of happiness, for instance. But then when I get a flavour of what you're saying about Dzogchen, and I might have got this wrong, sort of effect it has in me, I think, is to think less, actually, and to feel more instinctive and spontaneous, I suppose, and to kind of feel like these kind of positive actions and negative actions are just concepts, and actually the negative actions are just sort of, they may be obscurations, but it all comes from this place of spaciousness. There's a kind of sense in me that feels like it's not so important to worry about my actions then. So I know that may not be the aim of it, but that's the kind of effect, that's where I'm at the moment in terms of the effect it's having. So my question I suppose is about what's the place of ethics in Dzogchen, or what's the sort of, I'm not quite sure exactly what my question is, but does that make sense?
Okay, but say you're now practicing to be a very good person, and you're being very, very careful, and you want to do the very best. But we're married, and we have a joint bank account, and I'm a habitual gambler. All your carefulness is not going to do much good, is it? Because we're never going to have any money, and you're always going to be pissed off with me, and I'm always going to be pissed off with you because I don't have any money for gambling. Now, if you take the Bodhisattva vow, it's not just monogamy you're going for. It's absolute polygamy. You are now marrying your karma to all sentient beings. So, sorting out your little garden of how your mind is, what about everyone else's mind? That's the difference. Of course, one should try to be careful and concerned, but other people are very, very careless. So, other people are spoiling my world. Your cat comes into my garden and does a poo on my favorite plant. I don't like your cat, but I'm a Buddhist, so could you stop your cat coming in my garden? Do you see the point? So, being good, that's fine, but the limits of our good intention are always, I would suggest, going to be thwarted by the world, because all sorts of things happen. So, what the Dzogchen view is trying to do is just take the will to power out of the ethics. Because often behind the good intention is a desperate desire to have a safe world. If only we do the good things, life will be safe and I will be sorted. But I don't think that's actually true. We just think again what the Chinese are again doing in Tibet just now, causing mayhem. They are dedicated to the absolute final destruction of any proper meditative life there. They don't want any rivalry. They have a view of the world, a highly materialistic view, which will entitle them to chew up everything. So the monasteries will just be tourist attractions, and everything else will just be about getting money, getting more people there. Now, that is awful, but the poor monks who are making protests, they're not going to change very much, because the international community shows itself again and again that it doesn't do very much. That's not a cause for despair, it's just thinking that the point of transformation has to be profoundly meditative, integrative, as well as enacted in the world. So, one of the traditional sayings is that your view, or the way your mind operates, should be as vast as the sky, and your behavior should be as fine as the point of a needle. Spontaneity is not the same as self-indulgence. I think there's an absolute difference, because as far as I would understand it, impulsivity is the rapid mobilization of patterns of behavior which one has had for a long time. Spontaneity is the direct movement of energy out of spaciousness. And when you're spacious, you're connected with the environment. So, for example, if you're dancing with people, if you can be very spontaneous, but you're not going to bump into them because you're there. You can feel their bodies coming towards you. But, you know, people get a few, oh, I'm going to have a wee dance now. Oh, sorry, mate. No, I didn't. No, sorry. No, I'm just having a good time. Oh, what else is going on here?
So there's a sort of natural, organic morality within that spontaneity.
Absolutely, because you see the other person's face. Because if you're part of the world and you're connected with the world, what benefit would you have to dominate other people? It's the ethics of participation which is grounded in the sense, I am part of this. I would suggest to you that when we're at our most unethical, it's when we feel estranged from the world and either feel entitled to take more than our fair share or pissed off because we're not getting something. We go into a retaliation. So in that sense, non-duality is of its very nature ethical. The bit that's not ethical is the shadow bit that I was just talking about. If we don't know these locked little nexes of habitual functioning, the traditional things that are called samskaras or duce, part of the 5 skandhas, the second of these 12 linked nidanas of co-origination, that's what locks us into impulsivity. So that's where meditators can get lost. For example, the famous story that some of you will know that Gampopa tells in the Jewel Ornament of Liberation about somebody who was once a general and he killed many, many people. And at a certain point he became very sad about this. So he renounced his military activity and took up the practice of Dharma, and for many years lived in a cave in the mountains. And one day, after he'd done his ritual worship, he took some of the offerings and sat outside on a little stone shelf and threw down the crumbs. And many birds gathered there, and he had the thought, oh, if I had as many soldiers as there are birds here, I could raise an army and defeat my enemies. At which point he got up and left his hermitage and went down into the valley and carried on as a soldier. And that's these unresolved, unrecognized things, because clearly this is somebody who's dedicated so much of their life to changing, but some little pocket hasn't quite been seen, and suddenly it's energized and captivated and that's where you go. So, well, I think I've said before that one of the main things that my teacher would say again and again, I don't trust anyone, and number one, I don't trust myself. And he also said of himself, I'm liar number one, cheater number one. And that's a very good basis for proceeding. If you know how lost you are, how confused you are, then you will be very tentative. Spontaneity is not blind. You can be spontaneous with a degree of prudeur. You know, you can be a bit kind of, a little bit, you know, you're working with what's there. So, the bad practice of in this way would be to get lost. And of course, we don't really have time to go into it, but the very famous story here again is of the birth of demonic forms into our universe, which came about because there was the son of a rich man and his servant, and the rich man's son wanted to see the spiritual teacher, so he went with his servant, and the teacher said, the mind is like the sky, it's completely open, it is devoid of any contamination, like the sky free of clouds. So they went away, and afterwards they both in a different way started to practice. The servant thought the mind is like the sky, so the sky is very clear, and he looked very clearly and precisely at whatever was there. And so his behavior became more and more finely attuned, because he could actually see, oh, it's you. So he would be completely connecting with that person just as they were, with each thing. Whereas the son of the rich man thinking, oh, my mind is clear. I'm always pure. No matter what I do, I'm completely pure. So he started to be more and more abusive to the people around him. And eventually, he was causing a lot of trouble. And the teacher came back, and they went to see the teacher. And the teacher, when he heard their descriptions of what they were doing, he said to the servant, you have completely understood what I said. And to the rich man's son, he says, you've misunderstood everything. This is not at all what I mean. And so the rich man's son killed the teacher. And then many, many bad things happened from that. It's a very long story. But that's exactly the point. If you misunderstand this and you turn it into a justification for self-indulgence, that would be very poisonous. But I would suggest to you that just from the brief version I've given of it, you could see the difference between experience and dogma. The servant went for the experience, and he went right into it, and it remained fresh and open. And the rich man's son took it in a dogmatic way. It became his mission statement. And so he became entitled to push it through under all circumstances. And that's a big difference. Any other thoughts or questions, or how this links with your own practice? Well, just in relation to that. So there's a question, how would you know whether you were truly behaving spontaneously? Well, one of the concepts you find a lot in Dzogchen is about self-liberation. That all phenomena are liberating themselves all the time. It's just, in a sense, it's just another way of talking about impermanence. All phenomena are impermanent. To be spontaneous is to be living on the raw edge of impermanence. That's all. So, if you find yourself caught up in your thoughts, if you're thinking about the past, if you're thinking about the future, worrying, planning, shaping, controlling, then you're not being spontaneous. No, clearly if you want to learn Italian and you're going to Italy in 2 months' time and every day you're trying to learn 10 words of Italian, you're thinking about the future on one level. So you could say you're planning and preparing, but when you're practicing each word, you're in the moment. So it's about having all your attention in one place, but the place where you are is the total field.
So if you see somebody needs help and you think about it and you plan what you're going to do, that's not exactly spontaneous. But if you see somebody drop something, you go straight away to pick it up or think about you just do it, then that's more spontaneous than...
Well, it would depend. I mean, say for example, I don't know, you've got a neighbor who's hurt their back and can't go shopping, and you decide to do the shopping for them. That's very nice, but you need to find out what they want to buy. So to spontaneously buy them stuff they can't eat wouldn't be very helpful. To planning would be to have a direct interaction. There's nothing non-spontaneous about saying, what would you like? The key difference is the sense of I am an agent acting on the world. When you ask someone, what would you like? In a sense, you're saying, I am a servant rather than an agent. You can fill me with your desire and I'll do that. Would that be right? So the agency is with the other. So that's more the pulsation, that sometimes we are in the service of others, sometimes they're in our service. If you're always wanting to be the humble one who gives, and you can never be queen for the day, that's terrible, because it stops other people serving you. And the same vice versa. So part of the spontaneity is feeling the energy of the situation and letting it flow. Okay, I'm aware that we're due to stop at 5. Shall we just have a short sitting and come to an end for the day? Then we dedicate any merit from our study and practice together. Ugye rinpoche lan jimbamo Gyewan di nyede da ejen lama rinpoche Gyewan di nyede da Okay, if we begin with the 3R practice. Okay. So we can continue looking at the preliminary practices. And I'm discussing them in a general way because people here come from different backgrounds, different lineages, and so if you're doing a practice like the ngondro, you have different texts. But the principles are the same for all of them. Generally speaking, you can group the Buddha's teachings in terms of there being ego-syntonic and ego-dystonic. That is to say that some of the practices we do make us feel good about ourselves. They confirm what we're doing. For example, being kind to people. When we're kind, we feel better. We feel we're good. That is formally a good thing to be doing, but it is also affirming the value of the ego. And many of the basic practices are like that. For example, circumambulating a stupa, turning prayer wheels, doing charitable work. Pretty much everything which is inside the family of the accumulation of merit is affirmational towards the ego. And in the tradition it says we need to have the two accumulations of merit and wisdom. So merit is the fruit or the profit which is generated by performing ethical activity. And generally speaking, it makes us feel good. The accumulation of wisdom is slightly different, because there we come in contact with the idea of emptiness. And emptiness is ego-dystonic. That is to say, it makes the ego feel a bit weird. Most of us have had periods in our lives where we felt a bit strange. We don't feel like ourselves. We feel under the weather. We feel a bit cut off, depersonalized. And in these moments, how we are and the things that we do are not really confirmational of our identity. We feel divided against ourselves and confused about who we are. And that's traditionally called ego-dystonic. That's to say, it's not harmonious, it's not affirming of who we are. Now, that might come about, say, for example, if you have a bereavement of someone close to you. Your sense of who you are might have been woven in with the felt presence of that person. And then suddenly they're gone, and there's a kind of rupture or tear in the fabric of your existence. And you might go off your food, have difficulty sleeping, not be at all sure what you want to do. You go and carry out an activity that's always brought you pleasure, but it feels like eating cardboard, and you think, well, what's the point? And there's a sort of lostness, alienation, and depression. That's a kind of ordinary notion of the dystonic, being out of sorts. Now, imagine the notion of emptiness. From the very beginning, you have never existed as the person who you think you are. You can't get much more alienated from your ordinary identity than that. All your life, you've been living a lie. You've been thinking you are the construct of your thoughts, held together by your name, but that's not who you are. Well, that's pretty weird. That's pretty strange. So I don't know who I am. No, you don't know who you are. Well, but everybody seems to know me. My friends know me and my family know me. So does that mean they're wrong too? Yeah, this is called samsara. This is the realm of ignorance. This is where the lost souls gather. Here we are. Oh, that's pretty alarming. So actually I'm really nothing at all. That's right. Oh, that's pretty weird. Now, to then call that wisdom, that sounds like the madhouse. But that's really what the Buddhist teaching is saying. That the familiar constructs, the ways in which we create an identity that seems to be strongly real, is functional in the sense that it allows us to connect with other people. It's socially generated, but it is fundamentally flawed because it is a misinterpretation. A misinterpretation in that by linking together the aspects of our manifestation and our behavior, we create a sense of ourselves as always out here, always engaged, always caught up in stuff. And that actually there are many other dimensions to our existence. And this is the function of meditation, which is to introduce ourselves to ourselves in the parts that we've never attended to. And when we do that, we see that the basic move, the apprehending, the way in which we take ourselves, this activity is arising from something which is not to be found. The one who we are is not something that we can establish. And yet here we are. This is a great mystery. How can we exist but not really be who we take ourselves to be? That's because who we take ourselves to be is contingent. It's depending on many causes and circumstances, and it's always changing. The ground in, or the site where that's revealed to us, is this open, unborn awareness. The open, unborn awareness is not your ego. You could say, I am emptiness. And some of the texts are speaking that way. But I am emptiness, you have to be very careful, because I am emptiness going out, unfolding into it, is very different from, I am emptiness. At least I know now who I really am. I am emptiness. And then you get a perverse solidification of the situation. It's actually dissolving. Because if we say I am emptiness, we also have to say I am in Macclesfield. Because on the level of stating it, it's just another concept. The emptiness of our existence is not a concept. This is why we have to do practice again and again, because not only are we unfamiliar with these open dimensions of being, the unformed, ungraspable, radiant nature that we are, but when we get close to them, we pick them up as if they were familiar substances. You know, if you think of the early researchers in radioactivity, like Madame Curie, the substances that she was dealing with were very, very dangerous. But she proceeded for many years touching radioactive material as if it was a lump of coal. And then after a while, her body started to show the danger. And she became very ill and she died from radioactive induced diseases. Because radioactive substances are not the same as a biscuit. You know, they are lively in a way that even chocolate finger is not. Chocolate fingers, when placed in front of children, seem to give off an electric charge and there is an irresistible pull. But radioactive substances are very different. So we need to learn to deal with different materials in different ways. And if we think about the material of emptiness, as we approach that, because of course it's no material at all, we have to pick it up in a different way. That is to say, we have to be with ourselves in a way which is not about appropriation. And the ego is always concerned with I, me, myself, pulling in the good, pushing away the bad. It's about sorting out discrimination in a self-referential way. But wisdom and emptiness are ego-dystonic in that they don't pertain to the realm of the ego, and they are disruptive of the organizing function of the ego, and fundamentally they make the ego redundant. It's not that we don't have an ego or you have to get rid of your ego. It's simply that it's going to be moved down in value. The ego is like the child that has taken over a situation and got out of control. Some of you may have read the book or seen the old film of Lord of the Flies, where you get a bunch of kids who are shipwrecked on an island, and they set up their own way of behaving, and they split into two tribes, and there's a lot of viciousness and cruelty, and then the adults come and their little world collapses. And of course there was an earlier play by J.M. Barrie, The Admirable Crichton, which had a similar story, where the butler, when this rich people's yacht crashes on an island, gradually the butler takes over and he becomes the king of the island. But when they're rescued, the doddery old lord is immediately rehabilitated. So our awareness is like the doddery old lord. And when you waken up, somehow this lord that doesn't really do very much is reinstalled, and the very active butler goes back to being the butler. The ego is a function of causal connectedness between subject and object. But it doesn't really have the wherewithal to be the master. I would suggest most of us feel a bit out of control in our lives. We face these questions, well, what am I doing? Am I doing the right thing? Should I be doing something different? Am I doing the right job? Am I with the right person? How, what sort of clothes should I wear? What food should I eat? Because there's so much information that comes in saying, you could be a different person. You could be a different person. Oh yes, I could. I see that. So who will I be? How would I ever know? This is the problem of the ego being placed in charge of this existence. We're trying to work it out. We're trying to do problem solving to something which is actually a mystery. And the mystery is about the integration of form and emptiness. That all forms are actually empty, and so they're beyond being grasped as this and that. Instead of trying to control the forms, by seeing the form as part of emptiness, it reveals itself as an energy, and so you're working with the energy. And things become shining and dull and exuberant and then quiet, and all sorts of movements occur. And you're just pulsing with that. And inside that, if somebody says, well, who are you? What would you say? No. All you could say is, well, this is what I'm doing today. But we live in a culture where we feel required to give a true account of ourselves. And now that we'll have iris recognition, and we'll have our fingerprints everywhere, and DNA testing, the big computer will always be able to tell us who we are. But that's scary, but it's not so new, because we've got a small computer in our head that's always been doing the same thing. We're always giving a little printout about who we are, and we believe it. So the ego-dystonic aspect of meditation practice is to go beyond self-referencing, self-evaluation, relying on, believing in the stories we tell ourselves, to experience the naked immediacy of life as it reveals itself, which is an interaction of subject and object. Traditionally that's called non-duality. It means that how I am and how the world is are forming together. I don't exist apart from it, but I am absolutely always implicated in everything that's going on. So in relation to this next aspect, the practice of Dorji Sempa or Vajrasattva, it's about purification. And purification is very important, as we started to look yesterday. Because the name Vajrasattva, Vajra means indestructible, and Sattva simply means being or existence. And a Vajrasattva is therefore an indestructible mode of existence. Now, what we were looking at yesterday is that all the aspects of our lives are very destructible. Our youth passes away. Last year's summer holidays are just a distant memory. Christmas is gone. All the various kinds of identity that we have are changing all the time. Sometimes we feel healthy, sometimes we feel a bit sick. We feel happy, we feel sad. In that sense, our ordinary being, our ordinary identity is highly destructible. On this level, as personality, we are very, very far away from being Vajrasattva. What would it mean to be an indestructible being? Vajra traditionally refers to emptiness. Now, emptiness again is the absence of inherent self-nature. That is to say, there is nothing truly present as an essence, as a self-defining essence in any phenomena. This is something to study again and again. You know, whatever Dharma center you go to or books that you read, it's so important to return to the Heart Sutra, to commentaries on the Heart Sutra, and to join with others in really trying to analyze and see this. Because it's the one thing which distinguishes Buddhism from all other readings, apart from a few Hindu schools, which are very similar. But it is a radically different orientation. It is the truly ego-dystonic part. It's the part that says, yes, improving yourself, becoming a better person is very important. Developing virtues, kindness, generosity, endurance, and so on. These are very important. But all of these qualities are empty, and the one who develops them is empty, and the ones on whom they are enacted or with whom they are enacted, they are also empty too. These are called the three circles. Self is empty, other is empty, and the connection between the two is empty. So, I'm talking just now. My words come out of my mouth. They come out of my mouth when I move my mouth. I have to move it about, otherwise it doesn't come out. That is to say, the words are created. In the throat, there's a voice box, the wind comes up, a little bit of vibration, and it goes out. Some sound goes to you, because you have the knowledge of English, you construe, you make sense of the sounds that come in your ears. Then they're gone. So, my movement, the movement of the sound, and your movements are working together, and that's what we call communication. It is a dynamic process. Who is the one who is speaking? Well, the words come. I don't know what I'm going to say. I'm not having it somewhere inside me. Words reveal themselves to you as much as to me as much as to you. So there's something about the interaction of the various parts of myself in relation to the field that I'm connected with you being here, that brings about a particular kind of speaking. And then inside you, there are particular kinds of interests, background reading, practices that you've done that make what I'm saying more or less comprehensible, I hope. So, if you didn't have that background or that interest, this would be a completely crazy kind of thing to be talking about. Most people in Macclesfield are not discussing this at this time. They may be discussing equally strange things, but if they're going to Christian church, that's pretty strange, about the resurrection and so on. Here we're talking about this. So what's happening is two dynamic fields. The dynamic field of the listeners, the dynamic field of the speaker, are connected through the dynamic movement of sound, and something seems to be enacted, but it's changing, isn't it? And each of you will hear what I say in different ways, because the sounds will come into your ear through the ear consciousness, and then the mentation consciousness, the sixth consciousness, the one that organizes the sense consciousnesses, will then be forming patterns and shapes with what is being said. That consciousness for each of you is dependent on associations and your own history. So you will formulate, you will give shape to what I'm saying, and it will have more or less resonances according to the internal furniture that you have, all of which is dynamic. Because sometimes we hear something and it doesn't mean much, and then a couple of days later we think, oh yeah, God, now I see. Because a new bit of furniture has come up, and it slots into place. So this is our way of proceeding, in which there is nothing substantial. If you look at yourself, if you think since you got up this morning, and think of all the things that have happened, sometimes happy, sometimes sad, sometimes open, sometimes closed, maybe angry, and so on. These things have arisen and gone. You are unreliable. You are undefined. You are undefined because there is no solidity to who you are. If there was a solidity, your life would be very dull. Would you like to be in a coma? Maybe not. It's quite nice to be alive and connected with the world. Of course, the world that we're connected with is sometimes a great source of grief for us. But nonetheless, being alive means being dynamically shaped. This very dynamism indicates the absence of an inherent self-nature. That's the key thing. It is because I am not a thing that I am everything. I can be happy, then I can be sad. I can be full, then I can be hungry. My nature is changing all the time. And these changes are part of my relation with the world. For example, you could take hunger as being an individual personal feeling. I feel hunger. But hunger is a sign that your body wants a different kind of connection with the world. It wants to take a substance from the world and chew it up so that it can extract the valuable nutritional essences out of the food and metabolize them. That's what hunger is. We are all the time seeking things from the environment. If we drop away the personal self-referential ego part of that, then we are a dynamic system interacting in a field of dynamic systems. And what promotes the greatest degree of interaction with the field is having minimal, rigid self-definition. Does that make sense? So that's really what emptiness is designed to do, is to help you unlock the knots, the bindings, the rigidities of yourself, where you define yourself and say, well, I'm not that kind of person, or I couldn't do that, or that's not for me. In which knowledge moves in advance of you and determines how you are going to respond. So that instead of having an organic moving response to the situation, you predetermine the situation. That is the absence of emptiness, the absence of awareness of emptiness, because you brought in a rigidity. So if we stay with this idea, I am changing all the time. Therefore, I have to attend to how I am to know who I am. That is to say, knowledge of myself is predictive but limiting. Attention to myself is unsettling but revelatory. Does that make sense? The first version is, if you like, the ego-syntonic version. That is to say, I know who I am, I know what I like, and I like what I know. There's a very closed little world. So, under all circumstances, this is the kind of tea I like to drink, this is the kind of coffee I like, this is this is that. Inside that, there's a lot of prediction. Of course, each time you make a cup of tea, you make a cup of tea. That is to say, it's a dynamic process. You cannot escape from dynamism. Dynamism is all there is. But if you've got a strong narrative storyline, a highly stitched together set of concepts, they will confuse you and bewilder you and delude you into believing I'm always the same person. PG tips for me, I don't like that Thai food. PG tips. People are like that. Especially with cigarettes. People like their familiar cigarette, the exact taste of it. Or if they drink beer, they might like their particular pint. Because that's me. When I get that taste now becomes a confirmation. Hits the spot, just what I wanted. So familiarity becomes like the gentle touch of the mother's hand on the baby's face. It's a soothing, reassuring thing. The world is just as it is. And will there be honey for tea? Of course. So, if we try to move away from that, it doesn't mean that we're going to lose out. You can have exactly the same thing. Understanding emptiness doesn't mean that you have to give up on things. It's simply that you're more startled by the world. Your gaze and your experience is more fresh. If you're not taking things for granted, that is to say, if you're not feeling entitled that things will be as they are, then you live with the gift of the world. Moment by moment, we have this gift. What a wonderful thing. Then you have gratitude. Gratitude is a very, very, very important transformational experience. You have it in every religious tradition. You have it in traditional psychoanalysis, particularly through Melanie Klein. She wrote very movingly about the real breakthrough that can occur when people awaken to gratitude. Because so many people spend a lot of time feeling hatred and blame. I was robbed, I didn't get the childhood I wanted, the world hasn't given me the opportunities I need. Many of these things may be true, but it does give us daffodils and blackbirds and clouds and winds and many, 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 many things. It also gives us our depression, our anxiety. Now there's a gift. Did we ask for it? No. So it's a gift. Our problem is that we don't know how to receive that gift. What is this depression? If you're alive into your depression, it will reveal something to you. It will reveal the nature of attachment, which is the fusional thing in which you are caught up in it. And then it will reveal its self-liberation as it changes and passes away. The same with pain, the same with misery. All of these experiences are dynamic. So, purification is to recognize the absence of inherent self-nature in ourselves and in others. Emptiness is itself the great purity. Because there is no true essence, there is nothing that can be defiled. For example, I have here a mug with some water in it. Now, I could put some ink in this, and then it would look a different color, and I might not want to drink it, because I think, oh, I don't usually drink dark blue substances. So, the purity of the water is dependent on it being protected from other factors. We know very well water can be contaminated, and we know that in many countries it's very difficult for people to get pure drinking water, and that it's a major cause of infant mortality because it brings diarrhea and all sorts of other conditions. The air can be polluted. Car fumes and so on can bring on all sorts of reactions from people, particularly if they have asthma and so on. Can space be polluted? If space has no substance, if there is nothing in it, if it is simply the host, if it is simply the site of hospitality, which has no internal essence or furniture or defining characteristics or substances, what would defile it? This is at the heart of emptiness. Space represents emptiness. It's said in Buddhism, all things are compounded, and all compounded things will come to an end. But there are three things which are not compounded: space, enlightenment, and the moment of enlightenment. Space is a concept which you get a lot in Buddhism. It's often indicated by this kind of dark blue color of Kuntuzangpo. We have a term, Dharma Dhatu. Dhatu has various meanings, but one of which is kind of space. So Dharma Dhatu means the dimension or the openness or the spaciousness within which all dharmas, all forms, all manifestations occur. Manifestation and space are inseparable. Just as it says in the Heart Sutra, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. That means that the cup, the mug, and the water are empty. Their emptiness means that if we put something in the water which contaminates it, that contamination is only conventional, because we've started with an assumption that there is real water, and that real water has a particular status, and you can take it to a chemistry laboratory and you can test it. What are the trace elements present in the water? What is there? Then you see the contamination. But in terms of emptiness, there is never any contamination. Because water is a concept, body is a concept, the building is a concept. Concepts contaminate each other. Clearly, if you drink contaminated water, you'll get sick. You might say, well, that's not a concept. But of course, it is a concept. You go to the doctor and say, I feel sick. He says, what's the matter? He says, well, I was in the toilet all night. Something's gone wrong with my bowels. He said, oh. So then you have a conversation. There is a temporary dynamic situation. For you, it feels very strongly real because you don't like it. Something's happening to me that I don't want to be happening to me. Does that make it real? Is it going to be like that forever? No. Due to causes and circumstances, manifestation arises in certain patterns and then ceases in certain patterns. There is no inherent self-nature. This is really an important area to explore for yourself. How you concretize situations and make them strongly real out of your own self-referential mental activity and your fear and anxiety. Yeah, but I don't want to get sick. I don't want to die. I don't want to be unhappy. This is horrible. I don't want my life to be this way. This is called aversion. Aversion is an activity. When we're saying that, it sounds as if I know who I am and this is shit. I don't want my life to be like this. It used to be okay. Why is this happening to me? We hear that again and again. We say these things ourselves. Other people say them. There is an intolerance. It shouldn't be like this. But what is this id? what is this thing? Is there a thing in the thing that we see? If you attend to it, you'll see there is no thing. It's a set of impermanent causes and circumstances that arise and move our situation around and then are gone. As we looked yesterday, suffering is taking that presenting situation, which has its pain and difficulty, and turns it into something really monstrous and grinding, because we are living in this interpretation: this is happening to me, this shouldn't be happening to me, I hate this. So there you've got, this is happening to me, I am real, this is real, and it's impacting me. This shouldn't be happening, I resist this, this is unjust, it's not proper, I know how I should be, I know how the world should be, and I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to resist this. I will assert my right to live my life on my terms. That's how we make more trouble for ourselves. Because there isn't a fixed, definite, clear I that has a fixed, definite rule book. Each aspect of ourselves has different rule books that get pulled in and pulled out. That's why we have these weird self-justifications and so on. So, the impermanence of the self, the absence of inherent self-nature in the self, means there is no real concrete identity. So, if you do a bad thing, that exists as an energetic turn. That's what karma is. It's a particular tendency. A tendency is not a thing. It's a particular pattern of likely mobilization. When we were kids in Scotland, it used to be very cold, and in the playground they would have little dipped areas, and they would have had puddles in them, and the puddles would freeze. So as soon as you came in on a cold morning, you would set about polishing the ice on the puddle to make it as slippery as possible. And then you would slide on it again and again. And the more people went sliding on it, the faster it became. Do you remember that? It's really good fun. So it's just like that with ourselves. You develop habits which just become polished by using them again and again, and so they're really quick. You zip down them like a ski slope. It doesn't mean they're real. It just means they're used a lot. They're used a lot generates familiarity and rapidity. And we often take that to be a definition that, oh, this is how it is. This is how it is until the sun shines and melts the ice. And then this is how it isn't. It's just like that. This is why, on a relative level, learning to do the analysis of causes and circumstances is very important. Many, many traditional Buddhist teachings on that. The questions of King Milano, going right back to the, I think, 3rd century AD, but especially now with this Vietnamese teacher, Thich Nhat Hanh, he's taught many, many times about dependent co-origination. And you can read his very beautiful descriptions of how the phenomena, the familiar artifacts of our world come into being through incredibly complex relationships with everything else. And part of the practice is keep looking at that. So when you go into the shops and you look at, say, at the fruit, there's bananas. Bananas don't grow in this country. So you can think bananas come from South America or the Caribbean. You can imagine what the banana trees look like, the plantations. You can imagine the history of that and how they came and how they're cut and they put them on the container ships and how they come to the country, and there's cold storage and then they're taken out and so on. And grapes have a similar but different story from a different country. They're picked in a different way. You can imagine the lives of the people who are picking the grapes. That the grapes get sprayed a lot with chemicals, so the people picking these things are ingesting lots of chemicals for the sake of giving you some grapes. Or you get your runner beans from Kenya, which are air freighted in. And you think of what disaster it's done to the Kenyan economy to have this cash crop, which breaks down a lot of their traditional farming techniques. I mean, It's all there in front of us, the incredible interweaving of patterns. You just need to look at your clothes and see the label, where it comes from, and think of how that impacts the world economy. That all the things that we have are linked out in causal chains to something else. So, in the practice of Dorji-Sempa, we imagine this being, Vajrasattva, and he is usually depicted as white in color. He holds a Vajra at his heart, and he has a bell down on his lap. He's seated usually with his left foot slightly out. And he's dressed in the 13 different ornaments of a bodhisattva. The tiara, amulets, wristlets, upper necklace, lower necklace, and so on. All of which have a symbolic significance, which you can read about. And he is pure from the very beginning. And Dorji-Sempa is in the lineages just next to the original Buddha. So in the Nyingmapa tradition, we say Kunzang Dorsem Garab Shiri Singh. So after Kuntuzangpo, this primordial Buddha, the next Buddha to manifest is Vajrasattva. And in the Kajupa tradition, they have Dorji Chang, and then usually they have Vajrasattva. Because Vajrasattva represents the immediate power of the purity of the Buddha nature. Each of us has a Buddha nature. From the very beginning, our nature is pure. This purity has never been destroyed. It has never been contaminated. It's not covered by anything else. But we lose touch with it. Now, because we lose touch with it, we feel we have got to get it. Actually, it's the other way around. You have to relax and awaken to the fact that you've been pure from the very beginning. But because we're trapped in our ego sense, and it's always up to us to study and do our homework and get through the exams and so on, because we have that frame of reference, we feel, I need to remove the obscurations that stand on the way of my awakening. It's all up to me. One of the big differences between the Hinayana path, according to the Tibetan definition, and Tantra is that the Hinayana view is indeed, it's all up to me. I have to be a good person, I have to be very careful, I have to be very thoughtful. In Tantra, it's not like that. Tantra believes in grace and blessing. So it's all up to the Buddhas. We say, if we're praying to Padmasambhava, Chinji Lokshya Chesu So, please come here and give me your blessing. This is very quick. You know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. Why don't you do it for me? Come on, big boy. You've made all these vows. You've made all these promises. I don't know what I'm doing. Please get on with it. Padmasambhava is the archetypal Polish builder. Can do everything. So, it's about trusting that the Buddha, which is your own self, your own real nature, is coming towards you. That's why it says in the text, you should pray like a child. Pray with tears running down your face. I'm lost. I don't know where I am. It's up to you. Please come and save me. In the Japanese Buddhist tradition, they have traditionally had a lot of discussion between these two paths. The path of self-effort, which is of course exemplified by Zen meditation sitting, where it's your own effort sitting on your meditation cushion that brings the benefit, and the path of others' effort, which is to rely on the Buddha Amitabha, or Amida Buddha. And that if you pray to Amida Buddha, if you say his name only once when you're dying, you will go immediately to be reborn in his pure land of Dewachen or Sukhavati. So then, of course, that has its corrupt form, where people would say, well, I can have a long worldly life, do whatever I want, and at the very last moment I just say, Oi, Amida! He'll take you away. But it's something about how these two forms operate together. Of course, we do need to make effort, but it is also vital that we trust that the world is on our side. Many people find the idea of prayer very difficult. Buddhist prayer is not like Christian prayer. Certainly the Christianity that I grew up with, there was always a kind of uncertainty. It was a bit like sending a letter to Father Christmas. This is my wish list, this is what I would like, and you may or may not choose to give it to me. Because all the Buddhas are also bodhisattvas, they have made a fundamental commitment to help us. So certainly what I was taught by my teacher was that if you pray to the Buddha, he will help you. Have no doubt. And again the texts say, don't doubt. When we do these larger pujas, the first prayer we say is Kyabne Lume Koncho Rinpoche. Means the place of refuge is the precious one who never cheats. Lume means not cheating, not deceiving. That means he keeps his word. So when you pray to Padmasambhava, the blessing will come. And in the tantric system, we imagine Padmasambhava in front of us, and when we pray, we imagine rays of light coming and merging into our body, purifying all our obscurations. This purification, if you believe it, if you hold on to it, will become operational. You will start to feel lighter in yourself. And when grasping and difficulties arise, you'll be able to unlock them more easily, because you believe that you have received the blessing. The Catholic Church traditionally is not so different, with the idea of confession, and then you have the Mass. And in the Mass you have the consecration, and when you partake of the body of Christ, you are transformed. But then somehow you blow it. And so you've got to do it again. You've got to do it again, because there is an entropy in our fallen world. That is to say, the energy keeps bleeding out. As we say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. In the tantric system, we deal with this by remembering to say mantra all the time. You can walk down the street reciting mantra. Nobody needs to know what you're doing. You maintain the state of connection to the deity. You can do it very subtly through the breath, so that when you breathe in with Om, which is the purification of the body. You hold the breath for Ah, which is the purification of speech, and then you breathe out with Hung, which is the purification of the mind. And you can have that circular breathing going on all the time. If you practice that, it's a very simple practice. Practice it regularly, it starts to become automatic. So that when you're walking down the street, you just go back into that awareness. Om-Ahum, Om-Ahum. And so every breath you take, you're reconnecting with your primordial purity. So the function of prayer is to build the bridge of faith and connection between the unchanging purity of the deity, who is yourself, and the part of you that believes that you're not pure, which is not really yourself. Isn't that a very strange situation? The bit of you that causes all the trouble is not who you really are. But it's troublesome because it's disconnected. Now, you can go to any children's home in Britain and you will find a lot of disturbed children. And these children are disturbed because they never really had a home. You will always find, I think it's a generalization, but I'm pretty sure it's true, you will find that there were disruptions before conception. There were disruptions around the time of conception, there was disruption around all the time of being in the womb. the birth process is often a bit disturbed as well, because lots of emotions, and then afterwards. So that poor infant, while in its mother's belly, was awash with chemicals, arousal chemicals, and that continues in the early period in life. And of course then behavior gets disturbed, and you manifest disturbed behavior. Social services come in, maybe because they see the parents are behaving very badly, and the child's then in care. In care, people who are giving the care may well be good-hearted, but they are on shifts, and they have their own lives. And the child is not the center of their existence. And so the child's longing for the infinite welcome is not given. And this creates disturbance. And that disturbance feeds more disturbance and more disturbance. You could take this as a metaphor for what happens in the Buddhist account of ignorance. We all live within the Dharma Dhatu. The Dharma Dhatu is also the womb of the Great Mother, of Prajnaparamita herself, who is the goddess that represents emptiness. But we forget this. We become cut off from our mother. And losing this umbilical cord of rainbow light, which feeds our true nature, we become desperate. We become confused. And it's all up to us. So how are we going to protect ourselves? By stealing and biting and telling people to fuck off and causing trouble. That's what we do. Wandering in samsara with the 5 poisons is the sign of our being orphans. Because if you're an orphan, very often you become a bit feral. You become like a cat that has moved away from the domestic, because you don't have a domestic situation. You have an institutional situation. And in that, as a wild creature, you desperately try to get whatever you can. I would imagine, if you think about your own lives and some of the things that you might feel guilty or ashamed of, these were acts that were carried out in states of desperation, of loneliness, of longing. Maybe seeing that other kids at school had more than you, you nick stuff from the sweet shop on the corner because you want to have it too. Why shouldn't I? Why don't my parents have as much money as other people? All sorts of things set kids off on patterns of it's all up to me because the world isn't giving me what I want. This is the suffering that comes from duality. Subject and object become separated, and we're desperately trying to coerce the world to give us what we want. But we're out of kilter. We don't understand how the world works, and so we bang into it. And of course, the more you bang into it, the more you get flooded with chemicals. The frontal lobes aren't working very well. You can't process what's going on. You're rushing with adrenaline, cortisol, and so on. And you misconstrue what's going on. This is what samsara is. Endlessly being out of kilter, out of balance, longing for things, projecting solutions onto situations that don't work. So, when we start to practice the tantric preliminaries with Dorji Sempa, we are making a connection back to our own nature. Dorji Sempa is not just some pure deity, he is ourselves. Dorji Sempa is our father, our mother. Although these gods show sometimes male form, sometimes female form, they're neither male nor female, just as we are not truly male or female. We have a particular genitalia and particular cultural development in terms of gender identity, but we have the potential in all directions. So when we do the practice of Dorji Sempa, we imagine he's seated on the top of our head, sitting on a lotus with a sun and moon disk. In some traditions, just a moon disk. He's white in color, and we start to say the mantra. The mantra is the way of activating the energy of the deity. The mantra represents the speech function, and speech is the energy of activation because it's connected with the wind, and the wind element moves everywhere and connects everything. So we can say the short mantra, Om Benzo Sato Hum, or the 100-syllable mantra. And as we recite this, we imagine that from Dorji Semba's body, pure fluid, dutsi, that the essence of the destruction of all demons, that is to say, emptiness itself. All demons, all the things which frighten us, all the corrupting elements of the world are also empty. But we don't think they're empty. If the door suddenly burst open here and someone came in with a gun, we would probably not be having as our first reaction, welcome Mr. Emptiness. We would be thinking, shit, what are you going to do? This is terrible. This is very dangerous. So, why would that be? Because fear is a very deep and powerful experience that we have. We immediately concretize situations. So, in the Tibetan tradition, there is an understanding that demons, demonic forms, strongly real forms, forms which seem completely terrifying, have emptiness as their nature. So when we see the statue there of Padmasambhava and he has a skull cup in his hand, what's inside that skull cup is this dutsi or amrita, which means the liquid of immortality. Now, immortality is emptiness. If you understand emptiness, you will be immortal, because you will no longer be linking your identity to this transient form which you have at the moment, but you'll be resting in the open awareness which is present with whatever is arising. So, we recite the mantra, and out of Vajrasattva's body, this fluid comes down through the top of our head, through this Brahma opening or the fontanelle on the top of the head, and comes down filling our body. At that point, we imagine all the limitations of our existence, all the bad things we've done, whether it's thoughts, feelings, sensations, and so on, activities. We imagine that all of that is pouring out of our body. Usually you visualize it as coming out of your anus, pouring out in the form of soot, scorpions, dust, and so on. And it falls into a crack in the ground and goes down into the center of the world and gets burned up. In some traditions, they imagine that there is a demon there who is eating it all. That's just our different traditions. But generally speaking, in the tradition I learn, we just imagine it goes down into emptiness. So, all this defilement is moving out of your body, and your body is gradually being filled up with this pure, radiant, empty light. And the more you do the practice, you imagine your body becoming radiant and translucent like crystal. And you keep doing that until you really have that experience. My body is a radiant crystal form. It has no internal substance. My body is made of light. When you look at your body, light is what you see. Even if you had an operation and the doctor took out one of your kidneys and showed it to you afterwards in a little bottle, you would see light. You would call it a kidney, but you would see some particularly dark, shrinking, browny matter. And you would say, oh, that's my kidney. But what you would see is light. Light is what we get. Light is what we are. So, by doing that practice again and again, we come to see that light plus concept equals pseudo-entity. And the moment, if you're looking at me, you see colors and shape. Onto that, you can put the name James, and you can add to that concepts, and then you have your version of me. But actually, what you see is just color and shape. The rest you build up out of your own associations. That is what is going on all the time. That we are creating the world out of the activity of our own mind. On a conventional level, you could say, yeah, but everybody in the room agrees that this person who's talking is called James. So James must really exist because we all agree that he is James. This is simply a conventional definition. You know, you have these places in London where you can go and see the Yard. You see a piece of metal which is the national standard for the yard. And if ever somebody wanted to know whether a builder's measure was right, they could take it there and put it, because that is the actual standard of what a yard is. We don't have that for identity. Each of you will have a different experience of me, just as I will have different experiences of you from your family and so on. We have opinions, we don't have facts. And the thing about an opinion is that it is situational, it is connective. So, practicing Vajrasattva is to purify the sense of inherent self-nature and to recognize the luminosity of one's own form, at the end of which one recognizes that all the forms that one sees also have the nature of Vajrasattva. There is no solid self-substance anywhere. That's an amazing thing. Of course, don't walk in front of cars. If you get hit by a car and you are lying in a pool of blood, the blood will be shape and color. We will call it blood. If you were in a country where there were hungry street dogs, one of the dogs would come up very quickly and start to lick the blood, because they would have the association food. If your mother came and saw you lying in the street with blood oozing out of your skull and a dog licking that blood, she would probably kick the dog, because she would say, "My lovely child, my lovely child." But the dog's thinking, "Leave me alone, I'm just having my breakfast." If you get too caught up in your own socio-political, culture, gender-based set of assumptions, your reading of the world will seem to be strongly real. Creatures from different dimensions will experience the same event in very different ways. Looking again and again, see whether you can find anything which appears to be truly real, truly self-existing. This is a major practice. Check out everything. Check out electricity, gas, motor cars. See how they are constructed. See how these things are delivered. We have gas in our homes. 200 years ago, you didn't have that. There was an engineering development which allowed the provision of domestic gas. Then about, whatever it was, 20 years ago, we had a shift to North Sea gas, at which point engineers came round and changed the gas things of everyone's house in Britain. Do you remember? Because we had a different kind of gas. So you had gas, but you had coal gas, and coal gas stopped, and you had North Sea gas. But gas is just gas? No, it isn't. It develops according to historical, political factors. When the North Sea gas runs out, we'll have to get something else. We take it for granted. Taking for granted means stupid. And yet, you have to take things for granted. So, how to take things for granted without taking them for granted? That is to say, how to know when the post office closes without assuming in a solid way there is a real post office and everything that happens there is solid and real. That is to say, form and emptiness are inseparable. Some of the forms of this world are very random in their manifestations, some are very predictable. Predictability does not mean inherent self-nature. Because the post office always closes at 5, it doesn't make the post office real. This is a conventional structure due to causes and conditions. In some other countries, post offices won't close at 5 o'clock because they will have a different cultural way of doing that kind of business. So the general preliminary for practicing Vajrasattva practice is to examine for yourself all the things that you believe to be strongly real. Because if you think, yesterday when we did the karma of these 4 stages of karma, the first is things truly exist, then you have the intention towards them, then you have the action, then you have the approval of the action. The most important is the first one. If you understand everything is empty, it will instantly remove the karma. The traditional Tibetan example for this is a tree. If you cut the main root of a tree, the tree will die. Or you could pluck off the leaves, or break the small branches, or cut through the trunk. But even if you cut through the trunk of a tree, you know, next spring little green sprouts are likely to come. But if you really cut the main root, it's likely to die. Cutting the root of samsara is to recognize emptiness. Of course, you can try to improve your behavior, you can make a commitment to be a better person, you can be more careful in how you behave. This is like plucking the leaves off the tree. But the essential work is to cut the root and to understand emptiness. This is the real meaning of the Dorje Sempa practice. I suggest we take a short break now, say 10 minutes, and then we'll continue with the Guru Yoga and finish at 12:30. Okay. So the the last part of the traditional preliminaries is called, translated usually as Guru Yoga. The Tibetan word for yoga is Naljor. Nal means relaxed or ease, and jor means to join. So it means something like hang loose, just take it easy, which is not the normal connotation of yoga. Of course, the function of yoga is essentially to get to the last asana, which is the corpse asana, so that the body can be completely relaxed and free of tension. And when the body is free of tension, the mind is free of tension. So, Guru Yoga means that hopefully the Guru is not too uptight, and if you hang out with the Guru, you will be less uptight. That's essentially what it means. Guru means somebody who embodies the presence of the Dharma, embodies the presence particularly of the 3 kayas. That is to say, their mind should be a bit relaxed and open, ideally fully integrated in the Dharmakaya, but at least some connection with the Dharmakaya. Their speech should be free and easy and connective. It shouldn't be dogmatic. It should be able to make various turns in order to fit the lived situations of people. And the body should be there in the service of others, not dominating situations, but trying to work with situations, in particular, trying to help people get back on their own feet. Now, of course, in the practice of Dharma, devotion is very important. And the nature of devotion is that it's a forward tilting thing. If you're devoted to something, you're for it. So, in a sense, devotion can be off balance, which is why it's very important that a teacher should not be off balance. Because the teacher needs to work with the off balance or the positive projection or the transference of the student without also getting off balance. And through being off balance, you get to rebalance. That's the essential thing. Devotion without a meditation practice is probably not very helpful, because it's essentially a projective function in which we say, this is wonderful, this is wonderful. For example, every now and then in magazines like Woman's Own, you get articles about people, usually women, who have devoted their life to collecting artifacts connected with Queen Elizabeth II. They have plates, they have mugs, they have commemorative vases of all kinds. They have stacks of magazines and books. And they know everything about Queen Elizabeth. They know her birthday, the names of all her aunts, and so on. They have great devotion to Her Majesty the Queen. The benefit of this is it gives them something to do between birth and death. They will not themselves become Queen Elizabeth II. Should they, on the basis of all their thoughts and reflections on Queen Elizabeth II, imagine that they are indeed now Queen Elizabeth II, they are likely to be sectioned. In Tantra, it's not quite the same. You may have in your house many books on Padmasambhava. You may have statues of Padmasambhava, and you may say, privately or with a few discreet friends, I am Padmasambhava. And they may say, I'm glad your practice is working well. You won't be sectioned. Because you can become Padmasambhava. You can't become the Queen, because the Queen exists as an entity protected by all sorts of state legislation, and she had bodyguards and so on. Padmasambhava is not like that. Although you can see him in some of the mandalas with many doorkeepers to the mandala and ging and all kinds of fierce people all around him, these are not really bodyguards. He says, come, come, come. There is always a welcome from Padmasambhava. So, identification with the deity and identification with the teacher go in the same direction. Devotion needs to have a practice, though. If you think that the teacher has some particular qualities, the important thing is to use that for yourself. Praising people and thinking that they are very nice is okay, but it's very low-level activity. For example, if you go to a Tibetan monastery, they will have prayer wheels. You can walk around and turn the prayer wheels. Now that's very nice, but it's nothing very much either. What will change you is meditation. Sitting with your mind, observing how your mind functions, and working with it as it knots itself, unknotting it. Knots itself, unknotting it. It's a dynamic interaction. In the same way, working with a teacher means remembering what they say, thinking about what is said, and then applying it. This is these three traditional aspects of listening, reflecting, and meditating. First of all, you have to listen and make sure you understand clearly. Then you have to reflect on it and see if any questions arise, and gain a certainty, I know what to do. And not only that, I know why to do it, why I'm going to do it. I'm not going to do it just because some famous person or powerful person has said I should do it. I'm going to do it because I can see the rationale to it. I can see how this relates to my lived experience. And then we do the practice. So, Guru Yoga is a way of saying, I can see that the teachings of the Dharma exist dynamically in the world now. In some traditions, it is regarded as a very, very great downfall if you were to say, I am enlightened. That would be seen as a mark of pride, and it would be seen also as a breach of fundamental vows, because you would be misleading other people. In the Tibetan tradition, nobody is going to say they're enlightened. I never heard any Lama say they were enlightened. I don't think any Lama ever would say they're enlightened. What is important is that the student is able to believe that the teacher has the qualities that are necessary. You could call this a placebo effect. Small children need to believe that their mother knows the answer to everything. Mom, where's this? Mom, Mom. That's what children do all the time. And Mum has to somehow be there. Of course, Mum has her anxieties, her difficulties, her worries. But in relation to the child, it's very important that she is a reliable presence. Because the child is making use of the mum, but the woman who is the mum is not just the mum. It's very important, though, not to become too disruptive. That is to say, when teenagers start to become very suspicious of their parents, that brings about a fundamental rupture in the cocoon of safety woven in the idealizing fantasy about the parents, which is preparing them to move on into later life. But the first period of life, the first 10, 12 years, for it to go well, generally requires a really heartfelt belief that Mum in particular is great, that Mum will provide everything. In the same way, devotion to the teacher is designed to create a mood, all will be well, and all manner of things will be well. That is to say, everything is okay. That's the link to Kuntu Zangpo, the always good. Everything is okay. It doesn't feel okay. It feels very difficult. But we do the prayers, we say the practice, and we become more peaceful. So, Guru Yoga is the unification of one's own nature with the teacher, with the lineage. And this can be done in various ways. You might, for example, visualize the teacher in the form of Padmasambhava. And then you might recite the lineage prayer of all the lamas from the time of Padmasambhava down to the time of your own teacher. In which case you see your teacher as a representative of Padmasambhava through this historical chain. Or you might pray to your teacher directly as Padmasambhava, in the form of Padmasambhava. Or you might pray to your teacher in their ordinary form. The key thing is to pitch it at the level of your own faith. When you visualize the teacher in their ordinary form, you are seeing form and emptiness. The function of the teacher is to manifest the sense of form and emptiness. You yourselves are form and emptiness. The unification with the deity or the teacher is about awakening directly to that experience of form and emptiness. That's what it's for. Because the ease or relaxation that's in that Tibetan word for yoga comes about when you have a sense of yourself as being indestructible. When I was a child, one of my best friends, called Jackie, his dad had, when he was young, been driving a motorcycle over a humpback bridge, and he had an accident and lost his leg. And when I used to go and visit Jackie, his dad would be sitting on the sofa with his leg, metal leg, beside him. And his dad told me how he had found a way to make his disability work for him. Because there was a company that made socks, they may still make them, called HJ Indestructible Socks. And they guaranteed that if the pair of socks you had bought wore out within 6 months, they would replace it. Now his metal leg was very hard wearing on socks. So he was always wearing a hole in his socks within 6 months and always got free socks. There you go. So he was very proud of that. He didn't bother about not having a leg. He was living in the world as it was. And indestructible is very important because then you don't worry about it. Now, Vajra is indestructible in a different way from these socks. Vajra means it will not be harmed. In our face we have these little water bubble eyes. They can be harmed very easily. This little bone box around our head also is damaged very easily. Bodies get sick from the inside with cancers, failures of vital organs, blood clots and so on. They get damaged from outside through accidents of various kinds. This body is very destructible. But the nature of the body as form and emptiness, the luminosity, the natural radiance of the body is indestructible. The body manifests out of emptiness and will go back into emptiness at the time of death. And it is always in emptiness. It's not that you know, when you go on holiday, you leave Britain and you go to another country. When you enter the state of emptiness, you are already in emptiness. You know, we are part of the European Union. So when we cross the Channel, we enter Europe from Europe. Of course, we don't really believe that at all, do we? Britain is Britain. But actually, we are Europe. So it's like that. Europe goes to Europe. You are in emptiness and you do the practice so you become more aware of the emptiness that you're in. So when you do the meditation practice, in Guru Yoga, you recite the prayers, you visualize the teacher in the form, say, of Padmasambhava, and at the end of the practice, this form is on the top of your head. You're imagining this body is made of light, and all these representations that we see, we should visualize them as completely translucent, a bit like a stained glass window. The light's just passing through them. They have no internal self-substance. Here's Padmasambhava on the crown of our head, and he's dissolving in light, turning in like a ball until it's a small ball about this size of rainbow-colored light, and we imagine it coming down through the crown of our head into our heart. But our body is already full of light. It's full of light because we've been doing the Dorji Sempa practice, but also while you're praying in the Guru Yoga practice, as you pray to Padmasambhava, you imagine that rays of light are flowing from his forehead, his throat, and his heart into you, purifying all the obscurations of the body, obscurations of speech, obscurations of mind, so that gradually your body is full of rainbow-colored light. White light, then red light, then blue light, and then the light of the yellow and green as well, which means the 5 wisdom light is completely pervading your body. So when this ball of Padmasambhava comes down into your heart, it's a ball of light within a body of light. Then your body collapses, just very gently turns in and merges into that ball of light. Now there is only one ball of light. You have no other focus of attention. Nothing else in the universe exists. Your attention is completely in that, and the ball gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller till it vanishes. Then there's nothing. All your attention, all your presence is just nothing. You have no body, there is no self, there is no other, there's just emptiness. And you rest very gently in that state. And then gradually thoughts, feelings, sensations start to arise. Where do they come from? Only from emptiness. There is nothing but emptiness. In that moment, the whole world is transformed because you see there is only the radiance of emptiness. In the state of just emptiness itself, the mind and emptiness are inseparable. This is called Rigpa, or awareness, and Tongpa, emptiness, joined together. Then the manifestation starts of the thoughts and feelings, and they're coming and going. They have no internal substance, and you see them just as the energetic flow of the mind. This is called saltong, or clarity and emptiness. And then at the end of the meditation, you get up with your body and you move around in the room, make a cup of tea, whatever. This is appearance and emptiness, nangtong. And you continue in this way. Everything is empty, everything is light. All the sounds that you hear are the sound of the Guru's voice, or the sound of mantra, sound and emptiness. All thoughts that you have, memories, hopes, fears, this is the mind of Padmasambhava. So you don't need to do anything with it. It's pure because it's Padmasambhava, therefore trust it. You don't have to work out what it is. Yeah, but how can it be like this if it's from Padmasambhava? Please don't bother. If you become a detective investigating things, you are saying, I am the measure of all things. Not true. You are a peanut. As a peanut, you should be very small and quiet. Don't be too busy trying to make sense of things. Stay relaxed and open. Just trust. And if you stay in that state, it will start to show itself. Gradually, the Dharma teachings will make sense. Oh yeah, it's like that. But if you step outside and you investigate, your world will just become very small again. So that's really at the heart of what the Guru Yoga practice is. The word Guru in English has taken on some very negative connotations because of various sects and movements that came up particularly in the 60s. The idea being that the Guru is some kind of demonic human being who uses power differential to exploit other people. Of course, that kind of danger always exists. Power can easily lead into corruption. That's why it's important for students to learn how to use the power of the Guru Yoga situation, the Tantric situation, in order to deconstruct power. All the power is empty, and through the practice we have access to the power. So one has to understand, in order to keep myself safe, I project the goodness in me out. Basic Kleinian splitting. Split the good and the bad, project the bad out so that it's safe and won't contaminate me, or project the good out so that it's held safe somewhere else. If you're doing the yoga practice, we do exactly that kind of splitting. We say at the beginning of the practice, I'm a useless person, I'm wandering in samsara, I don't know anything, my mind's always confused, please help me. You, Padmasambhava, have all these qualities. You have radiance, you have enlightenment, you understand everything. I am completely stupid, you are completely wonderful. So you're creating, through this practice, a great tension. There's a kind of dramatic tension. Mr. Lost, Mr. Found. It's like little kind of love advert in The Guardian. Mr. Love seeks Mr. Found. Mr. Lost, in search of something. That is the separation of love. Now, we need to work with that. We pray from the heart, please save me, please save me. We say the prayers again and again. We say the mantras of Padmasambhava, we say the 7-line prayer, or if you're doing it with Tara or Chinrezi, then you say the appropriate mantras and prayers. They'll be in the text of your lineage. But the key thing is to have the longing, so that when you come to the end and you're doing the visualization of the deity melting into you, this is all you want. This is all you've been longing for. This is salvation itself. And in that way you practice non-distraction. On a general level, you can develop a capacity for non-distraction by focusing on the breath as it goes in and out. in a general shamatha kind of sitting. But when you do that, the breath is not very interesting. When you look at something very interesting, then you don't get so distracted. It's just very simple. Here, the object of meditation is the one who is going to save you. That's, for most of us, slightly more interesting than the breath. So it's increasing a valorization, putting value into the object so that the object has the power to hold our attention. And then, when the object and the subject, self and other, which is the primordial basic entry into samsara, the splitting of subject and object, when these are now held together in this radiant tension, because all you want is to have the blessing and the fulfillment of this deity, nothing else matters, then these two come together. The two become one, and the one becomes nothing. And then, from that state of nothing, there comes one, there comes two, there comes everything. And so you have, in that practice, the birth of the world, the recreation of the universe, except instead of being in a universe where you're just another punter wandering around trying to work out what it's all about, a world full of stuff that you never quite understand, now everything reveals itself as the body of Padmasambhava. Every sound is the sound of Padmasambhava. So you don't need to work out what things are. That is to say, you don't need to stay in a conceptual frame of reference. You don't need to be busy working out the meaning of things. You can trust the immediacy of your energetic connection with situations. That's the real meaning of that practice. So see if you have any thoughts or questions about that. Not really. I mean, the main, there are all these different deities, and the relation with them runs in two directions. One is that the deity means something to us because of its nature. That is to say, we feel particularly drawn towards one of these factors. And in terms of the Guru Yoga, that's the important thing, that you feel you want that kind of connection. And then you get the power. Lovely. Nice music. The other way is if you have a specific kind of problem and you're using that particular form. So say somebody has a problem with anger, and they're using the meditation on a fierce deity to come into a relationship with their anger, they may not feel, they may feel some anxiety about it because they're not very grounded in it. But since the purpose of the Guru Yoga is about devotion and linking with the lineage and developing a sense of trust and a sense of belonging, you would probably focus on a deity that you had a warm heart connection with. That would make most sense, I think. Yeah.
You've talked quite a bit about trusting in that it's sort of fresh, spacious experience. I'm just wondering if you could say a bit more about what that is and what it isn't. Because I feel like I'm in danger of being confused by thinking I've got a flavour of it, whereas actually I haven't. I can sit here and have thoughts bombarding at me and get a few moments of space, but I don't think that's what you're talking about.
No. There's something going at you because I'm here and you're there, right? if we are somewhere, we are going to feel this. And the real essence of this practice, and why it's important to do it again and again, is to get the sense of not being anywhere. In the Mahayana tradition, the definition of enlightenment is the enlightenment or liberation or nirvana which doesn't rest anywhere. So as long as we're existing as a point of reference, ideas seem to be coming at us and attacking us. And of course, when you're in your most external form in the world with other people, that is happening. However, it's only happening if we are strongly identified with this form. Awareness is not the same as the ego. Awareness is not something inside your body looking out. Awareness is a field phenomena. My awareness takes the whole room in at once. That's why when we do the meditation, we sit with our eyes open, because we're including the world, the other, and ourself at the same time. So that point where this ball of light dissolves down and down to a point, when you stay in that, if you get just some little flavor, there's nothing at all. Now, probably immediately something arises, maybe the sensation of your back or your shoulder, and you think, oh, this is me, and then everything's standing in relation. At that point, keep relaxing. Stay with the point that seemed fixed, the point that showed me, oh, this is me again. It will go. It will go. Now where am I? Oh, I'm this. Now you get pain in your ear. Now you get this. Now you get that. Now you hear something outside. Each of these is being grasped at as the definition of who I am. The key thing is to stay with the energetic quality, which is arising and passing, arising and passing. It's transient and therefore cannot be true, but it's saying something definite. It's saying, this is me. Now, if you believe this is me, you've got something solid, but it's gone. So that's how we get cheated. We believe in a logo, we believe in a set of associations which say identity, value, meaning moves through time and doesn't change. If you think of the Coca-Cola adverts at Christmas, they always rerun this one with the Coca-Cola tray, ding, 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 nice music, and it's all about old bottles and the merry old days, because Coca-Cola's been around for 100 years and you can have it at any life event, christenings, marriages, funerals. Coca-Cola, it's the real thing. It's like the Rock of Ages. That's a fantastic marketing strategy. Now, before Coca-Cola, there was I am. I am. I am is everything. I am goes with every event. It's like chips. That's what happens, isn't it? That's what happens in the meditation. You relax and you're open, then suddenly I am. I am this pain, I am this boredom, I am this thought, I am this distress that I've got caught up in that, I am. You get multi-layered, all sorts of movements, but each one, the distillation of it is, I exist. This is happening to me. I, me, myself. That's the point that we have to just stay relaxed and observe. The one that tells me it truly exists is gone. Now, which bit are you going to believe? The experience is it's gone. The narrative is it remains. We're suckers for the story. That's at the heart of the meditation, is observing how the semantics, the construct in your own head, causes you to believe that something is the case, when actually, in front of your own experience, you can see it's not the case. Which is why impermanence is such an important thing to keep attending to. Impermanence. It's just changing. It's just changing. So if it's changing, how come I'm so desperate for it to be the same? And this is the heart of ignorance. That because I can't really trust this open, empty awareness as being me, I have to take a temporary arising which has no ground to itself, no internal self basis. And I have to believe that that is me, although it is not true. It's exactly like being a refugee or traveling on the road. When I was young, I spent a lot of time hitchhiking in Africa and Asia and so on. And I still have the habit, if I'm walking down the street and I see a bus shelter, I always check out, is there a bench in it? Hopefully I'm not going to have to sleep there at night. But I'm always looking for places where I could sleep, just because it became a habit. So there's something about being on the road. You get used to working out what's what. Tramps really have a sense of where you get free food, or they look for newspapers or this or that, because they've got a sense, I have to make my own home. And that's what ignorance is. We've lost our primordial ground, and we're these sort of homeless squatters. We're always looking for something to shack up with. And we do that with any thought, any port in a storm. And then it's gone. So we do it again, and we do it again. And each time, this is my home, this is my home, this is my home. Wherever I hang my hat, there's my home. Wherever thought arises, that's my home. That's who I am. And that's the point where samsara and nirvana split. Because if in that moment you relax and you think, oh, this is my energy playing a game. This is just the dynamism of my own nature. Then you can enjoy all that elaboration. But if you fall into it, it's just like a little mouse on a treadmill, round and round and round. There's no end to samsara.
So it's the disidentification with whatever arises, allowing it to be there.
That's right.
Not seeing it as you.
Yes, it's this identification of the essentialized sense of you. I mean, you can take it in the other direction, and you can say, I'm tired, I'm hungry, I'm hot, I'm cold, and as you walk down the street, you can keep saying that. My left foot, my right foot, my left foot, my right foot. That's nice, that's not nice, that's that. And you can, that's what vipassana is. It's a quick way of commenting on every experience, and the comment is exactly this and it's gone, exactly this and it's gone. So you realize that the identification is momentary, dynamic, energetic, and doesn't establish any fixed self-substance. That's very different from the quality of attachment, where we're looking for a little home. Please take me in. Please be kind to me. Because there's a terrible cost. So many young people who fall out of residential care or run away from home, they end up, giving sexual favors for a bed for the night. They get into very vulnerable situations because they're so lonely and sad and desperate. And there's something about this bit of our ego that's just searching for the right object. Somebody who'll be kind to it, somebody who'll provide succor and refuge and protection. But ephemeral ideas and feelings can't provide that. But our own desperation makes us blind, which is why in the Tantric and Dzogchen tradition, they stress relaxation a great deal. Because as long as you're wired up and desperate and, oh my God, I need it, it's also important, you're just going to be grasping. It's really about trust. So at first, when we do the laminalgia, we pray, maybe with tears coming down our face. You say, my situation is so terrible, please save me, please save me. But then when you go into the unification, you have to trust that it's real. Or when we do the 3R practice. Nothing. Just let it go. But if you're desperately trying to get something, you always find yourself on the side of samsara. Any last thoughts or questions?
Does the teacher growing up have to be living in somebody you've met?
No, you could do it with Padmasambhava. The real importance of having a living teacher is to get away from the solipsistic notion that you can do it for yourself. Because the heart of the teaching is non-duality, which means the non-separation of self and object, if it's all up to self, you ain't going to get to non-duality. So when you meet with real people, it's a bumpy ride. It's a bit messy. So there's the energy of the dynamic interplay that's going on all the time. But behind that is the openness. So it's the mirror as empty, the mirror as full, and then the movement. So engaging with real people gives a flavor of that. Because you could just sit in your room and have this idealized version, but then it'd be difficult to take it out into the world. Okay, shall we do a final practice with the 3R? And we offer the merit of our practice and study together to all beings, and in particular to those suffering in Tibet. Gewan di nyudu da ujen lama drujune drowa chi chamalupa dei sala ke pasho. So, we come to the end of our brief time together. The winds of our karma will scatter us out in the world. So, I've enjoyed myself being here once again, and maybe see you again in the future. Thank you.